issues that we're dealing with today. You know what I'm saying? And that's because nobody can really define the balance of powers, or I would say the separation of powers in regards to, our civil jurisdiction, our executive, or our tribunal, or our what we consider to be the interior division, and our judicial division, right? What you know as legislative, executive, and judicial branches of the government. But there's a lot of people, I would say pretty much 98% of the people in America, North America, we just focus on North America, that are under the impression that something is actually functioning at a high level and that is not trespassing or encumbering over on people's private life. Now, based on the New Deal, and you can go even further back to Reconstruction and the 14th Amendment, there was a shift in the way things were beginning to be done here in America. But a lot of people focus on, or they are being led to a area of speech or communication narrative that all of this was done and it had to deal with, slavery. Like everything was about slavery, you freeing slaves. Now, I said before that in the book, Thieves in the Temple, there was a quote that Abraham Lincoln said. Well, let me say it this way properly. There was a quote by Abraham Lincoln regarding slavery. And he said, if I could do everything and not free one slave, I would do it. Okay? So, now what we're going to do first is we're going to go down this social media stream because people are going to be falling in a little late, sending out notifications. And, under the circumstances, I want to give people time and we can look at some things. So, to finalize this, what I'm going to do a couple things. Some of these are going to deal with what the topic is today. Some of them is just things I normally do. We go down a social media stream. We're going to look up some recipes. We're going to look up some healthy things, with the recipes, alternatives. We're going to look at some civil rights stuff. We're going to look at some blackity black conversation. We're going to be looking at, an invention, see somebody who we know or didn't know that actually contributed to a lot of the great things that other people are taking credit for. And we're going to go from there. But we're gonna talk about, negotiable instruments, bills of exchange, right? We're gonna look at these acts. We're gonna tie it into, and I'm gonna show you these things, and then I'm gonna go to my ChatGPT and we're gonna have a conversation. So you already know that my ChatGPT is not just something I go every now and then. I actually program it strictly for what I talk about, and that's civics. in every form of civics and every form of what we would consider to be operations of America. All right. So without further ado, we'll get started. Appreciate everybody being here. Hit the like button, hit the unlike button, hit a button. Just repost it on your page. All you got to do is just say, hey, tap in. If you got an ad symbol or something, you know, somebody that has thing, hit the ad and just tag them on it. Tell them, hey, tap in. Come in. Just come in and say, hey, you know, you don't have to stay all day. Just come in, listen to it a little bit, then bounce back out. Ain't going to take but a few minutes. All right. All right, here we go. Hold on, let me do this first. Cancel. Let's go. Bam, 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 bam. Let me click all these. So I got them in a row. All right. I'm going to do them one at a time. Do it one at a time. So I don't have to keep jumping back and forth. I can just do them one at a time. Now I can look at the chat while I'm watching this as well. All right. So that's what we're going to do. And let's get started.
Of Olga of Kiev, the Black Russian princess. Let's talk about it.
This is Olga of Kiev, and her husband was just unalive, and now she wants revenge. But before we get into that, I have to show you that she was actually black. This is my first source, the Annunciation Cathedral of the Moscow Kremlin. This church, which is standing to this day, is located in Russia. Now let's go into the church. Look at these images of these black men and women on these walls. Now let's go to the next room. Look at Jesus Christ in the center with all the 12 apostles, all black. Now, look at Vladimir and Olga. Vladimir is Olga's grandson. Look how black his face is. Now look at Olga. The face paint on her face is chipped off, but look at her hands. It's the same color as Vladimir because Olga was black. Now look at this image. This is a different church. They painted her black as well. Now let's get back to the story. It was the year 945, and Prince Igor ruled over Kiev and Rus. But to the west of him was a tribe called the Drevians. And the Drevians hated Igor and his people, but they feared his father. And after his father passed away, the Drevians saw this opportunity to stop paying tribute. And after 30 years, Igor came to confront the Drevians, which they didn't like. So they did what any reasonable tribe would do, and they unalived him. After unaliving Igor, the prince of the Drevians, Prince Mao, wanted to combine kingdoms with Olga, if you know what I mean. But Olga, she wasn't going. She loved her husband, and she also wanted to protect her son because he was the rightful heir to the throne. If Prince Mao became the king, he would end up unaliving her son. And Olga, she wasn't going for that. So the prince sent men on a canoe bearing gifts, and Olga had her army pick up their canoe and throw them in a pit and bury them alive. And then she sent her own men to the king, and she told them to relay the message that he needs to send some of his best men to her. Confused, the king agreed. And once those men arrived to Kiev, she locked them in a bathhouse and set it on fire. She sent more of her men to the king, and they told the king that their men never showed and that she wanted him to come down there himself and celebrate her deceased husband. So the king brought him and his army, and they all got drunk. And Olga and her army unalived everybody, including the king. And Olga then turned and went to the Drevian city.
Wow, that was deep. That was deep. American isness. What's going on, sister? None of your business. What's going on, sister? What'd you say? Russia and Putin just said Jesus and them were black. Yeah, I seen that. I seen that. I seen that. Lincoln knew that slaves were Slavs, so that was an encrypted message. Okay. All right, let's get to the next one. I'm gonna do them one by one. Okay.
To speak about this current political moment. It's strange, isn't it? Isn't it? This thing we're living through. But when I sit with the strangeness long enough, I'm met with a likely more salient reality of America, maybe even a more honest reality of America. It's always been quite absurd to be Black here. The whole thing kind of feels like a conspiracy you accidentally figured out that you were living inside of. Being Black in America is kind of like being Truman in The Truman Show. Truman Burbank, he's ruthlessly surveilled.
Is he looking at us?
Jesus, do you think he knows? Non-consensually monetized.
Why don't you let me fix you some of this new Mococo drink? All natural cocoa beans from the upper slopes of Mountain Nicaragua.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
Surrounded by institutions that insist that their arrangements are agnostic to his existence, or even neutral in how they deliver successes and failures. And even when he asks people around him if they see anything, if they feel anything strange,
A lot of strange things have been happening. On the elevator, there was no backing on it.
they smile and they say, "Whatever do you mean, Truman?
What I mean?
Now, Truman, look, this is one of your fantasies.
What are you talking about?" Americans watching the war as Renee Good and Alex Preddy lay lifeless at the feet of state-sanctioned violence. Before their bodies were even cold, the state hijacks the airwaves, telling fabricated stories depicting them as systematized combatants, dangerous, menacing. Then Americans come to me and say, "Joshua, can you believe the state came in our community and killed a person in broad daylight? Can they do that?" Yes. No, Joshua, you don't understand. Then they told the world that these people were dangerous when they weren't. Does this happen? Yes. I tried my damnedest to remind you of when the state killed me without cause, over and over again, east and west of the Mississippi, north and south of the Mason-Dixon. And all you ever said to me in response was, "Whatever do you mean, Truman?" I was told by a popular television host to, quote, "get over my obsession with my melanin."
Joshua Das. Get over your obsession with your melanin.
Strange, right? And for a second there, I had to consider whether her worldview had any credence. Was I the one to obsess with my melanin? What would I have done if I didn't know that there have never been a group of people in the history of this world more obsessed with my melanin than people that look like her? What would I have done if I didn't know that her ancestors were murdered for hundreds of years as a consequence of what I can only describe as a generational fixation on melanin? And that today, she still asymmetrically benefits from melanin-conscious policies. And every time I try to vote them away, she gathers as much influence as her platform will allow to keep them in place. Am I the only one who's seeing this? Black America says as we grab and shake the collars of the white working class. Whatever do you mean, Truman? I don't know, maybe I'm tripping.
That was pretty damn good. This guy speaks well. I was supposed to start with my sports thing. Let me pull this up real quick. Gotta bring this dude right here. A lot of people don't talk. This gotta stop.
To try and find out why the MAGA cult is so obsessed with Obama. Barack Obama has not been president for 10 years, and MAGA can't stop talking about him. They're literally obsessed with the man. They try and blame him for things that are happening today. That's not random. There's a psychological reason for that, although it seems a little creepy. Here are the 4 reasons the Trump cult is obsessed with President Obama. 1. The psychological wage of whiteness. In 1935, sociologists W.E.B. Du Bois at Atlanta University studied poor white Americans. White Americans, even the poor ones with no money and no power, felt superior.
Damn. So what I was saying, because I was on mute, was that now we're going to look at all the fluff, right? All the fluff is past, the narrative, the gaslighting, the other type of words people say on the internet, triggers and all that stuff. Now we're going to get into what is really going on.
Superior to Black Americans, not because they earned it, but because for 250 years the entire system told them they were superior to Black people. The law said it, the church said it, the culture said it. Du Bois called it the psychological wage of whiteness. This is a status payment people collect just for being white, a floor that white people couldn't fall beneath. Then Barack Obama became president. He occupied the highest status role in the country. That destroyed the floor. And when a status floor breaks, people don't quietly adjust. They backlash. Obama didn't just win an election. He took something they didn't even know they were depending on. They didn't earn this special status, but they thought it was stolen when Barack Obama got elected. And they've been trying to take it back ever since. 2. Social identity threat. Psychologist Henry Teifel at the University of Bristol spent decades studying in-group conflict. What he found was when a member of an outgroup outperforms the in-group, the psychological response is not one of admiration, but hostility. Teifel called this social identity threat, a fail.
Exactly, isn't it? They
A
want
Black president would have confirmed.
They want to talk about everything but that. That they actually kissed each other on stage, that they hung out and they kicked it and they chilled and they straight. But they want to talk about this, though. Now, he was supposed to be this guy that everybody hated, but at the end of the day, what they ain't saying about Trump, Trump funded a lot of these Black people projects, and he was supporting Jesse Jackson. I mean, he supported a lot of so-called Black people. What are they talking about? And then when you look at this guy's face at the bottom, he looks like a something. He looks like a something. I'm just going to say a something. And he's whispering, "To social identity threat. A pale Black president would have heaven." What? Seriously? And look at her. Eyes are closed. She's about to say amen. Past the chitlins. The Black Eyed Peas. My bad. I don't know why I said that.
The Trump cult's worldview, but Obama being polished, competent, scandal-free, and widely respected by world leaders made it impossible to call him incompetent. The better Obama performed, the more threatening he became to the cult, not because of his policies, but because his success directly contradicted everything they believe about the natural order of things. He wasn't supposed to be better. He wasn't supposed to be a gentleman and a scholar, and yet he was. That doesn't just go away. When weak, mediocre people see someone they believe was inferior reach the highest office in the country, they don't get inspired. They become filled with rage. They feel lied to, and they need someone to blame for the hate and rage. That target is Obama, everything they could never be. 3.
What? That's wild. I mean, that's wild. Are you telling me that this guy is actually having a voice that somebody's listening to? I mean, all the information that has been out on the internet. Even when he was running, they was talking about his birth certificate. But they turned it into, oh, because he's Black. Didn't find out he ain't. Yeah. Jesus. Man, I'm telling you, if you don't get that part, that this dude sat up there with a straight face, probably an actor, and then looked at you in your face and said, "This is what it is." You see the passive aggressiveness? You see how they work? Hey, man, I'm telling you. Yeah.
Abraham Lincoln printed millions in government-issued notes, bypassing European banks to fund the Civil War. 5 days after the war ended, he went to Ford's Theater. President McKinley supported the gold standard, while others favored a central bank with a flexible currency. It wasn't long before an anarchist was let into his rally. 3 business titans allegedly opposed the creation of an American central bank. They all took an unsinkable ship owned by J.P. Morgan. He was supposed to go with them, but canceled last minute. That ship was called the Titanic, and the Federal Reserve was founded the next year. Senator Huey Long rallied against the Fed and tried to cap America's wealth. He was shot inside Louisiana's capital. His gunman was killed instantly, with no autopsy, lost evidence, and conflicting ballistics. Congressman Louis McFadden accused the Federal Reserve of high treason for causing the Great Depression.
Now, this is what I would call a conspiracy theory. Now, people can connect the dots, but I call this conspiracy theory because you wasn't there. So nobody say, yeah, hell yeah, that happened. Nah, we don't know what happened because we're going to get into it. Everybody knows Abraham Lincoln printed greenbacks. Where was he getting the greenbacks from? What was it backed by? What was it backed by? All righty then. Backed by gold? I don't think so. I think also, if I'm not mistaken, these same dollar bills or FRNs are similar to the green notes that Abraham Lincoln was using. That's what I'm saying. Look up national emergencies, emergency powers. All right? Think about it. Then you could ask yourself the question, damn, has it ever stopped? Has the war, Civil War, ever stopped? And when you look at a civil war, that's a good topic to talk about. What does it actually mean? A civil war. Does a civil war have to be declared by Congress? That's another good topic, good question. Clip that. Hey, look, the AI thing that your business isness said, hey, if you like that part, say clip it, then AI clip it for you. So clip that part. That'll be good. You know, it's Monday. We had a good weekend. A lot of fun, a lot of entertainment. So on Monday, we just quarterbacking, just getting it in. And then, you know, I'm going to run through a couple of things and I'm going to put the link in the chat. All right. That's what we're going to do. So, yeah. Let's keep it going.
He collapsed after a banquet. The official story? Heart attack. JFK signed an executive order giving the Treasury power to issue silver certificates and bypass Fed-issued notes. You know how this ends. Congressman Larry McDonald, a fierce critic of all global banking elites, boarded Korean Airlines Flight 007. The plane accidentally veered into Soviet airspace. All 269 souls died, and Moscow held the black boxes for a decade before releasing edited data. Thomas Sankara, president of Burkina Faso, rejected IMF and World Bank loans. Shortly after, he was assassinated in a coup. His successor immediately took the loans. By the year 2001, very few countries didn't have Western-controlled central banks. Afghanistan and Iraq were two of them. All they needed was an excuse. The ruler of Libya, Gaddafi, proposed a gold-backed African dinar to replace the dollar for oil. NATO intervened in Libya's civil war, and Gaddafi was killed.
Yeah, that's a good conspiracy theory right there. Yeah, I love these type of things. Hey, look, you really believe that what we see today is what you actually see? I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, these type of things I like. It just jars the mind to be like, wait a minute. But it's condemning on the education system. It's condemning on, what's up, big dog? It's condemning this information right here. They're showing it right here. This is condemning on the education system, right? The government, and all the things, and the media, all the things that have been regurgitated over and over and over again. And then you have this little Instagram thing that's saying it's a damn lie. So you telling me that we've been educated with false information, and teachers have been paid for this? Just think if this is actually true. I'm just saying, I'm gonna call it conspiracy theory right now, because nobody knows. You're not in them doors, so you don't know. So you can't act like you know. You can actually just say, yeah, my mind is convinced and I say whatever I want to say. Cool. But this is condemning against if this is true, this is a problem. That means that you're talking about 50 years of information. 50. Well, no, not 50. What would I say? 50 years, that's the 70s, right? Yeah, so that would be 1976. Yeah, 50 years. 50 years. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's crazy. I was just getting out of diapers. So you look at it from that perspective. If this is true, that means that everything that was taught in school to everybody was a lie. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's get on to the next one. Hold on. Let me go on back here. All right, cool. All right, let's get into some good eating. Let's get into what they say. Get some good eating right there. That's some good eating. Let's get into some good eating.
Y'all come check us out. I'm gonna let you know what we got for the day. We got the fresh soursop, jackfruit. We got the soursop leaves, mullein leaf, moringa. Make teas out of that. Having problems with your sinuses? Bee pollen. We got the bee pollen for you. Got the blue lotus. New product. We got the nettle. And we got burdock root. And we got the wormwood. So those are the herbs. We got a little couple other herbs. Pink pineapples, raw local honey. We got all the tonics. We got the stingless bee for your eye. The honey that goes in your eye, we have that as well. Any problem with pain, we got the soursop juice, Then we have the Manuka, soursop crisps, exotic fruit cups. Got the soursop, pink pineapple, mango, red seeded, orange seeded watermelon. Also, we got the orange seeded watermelon. Ginger and turmeric. We doing for $35. You get a free elderberry. We got the soursop in the cup, soursop in the cups. We got the okra water. Okra water is on deck. We got the noni, shilajit. We got all our tonics. Women libido. We got it for the women. Chlorophyll D3, exotic fruits. We got the Haydens. Watermelon, we got the watermelon, half gallon, 15. We got the big beets, green. And we got your sea mosses. FruitGodTemple.com. Go to FruitGodTemple.com, 9806 Horny Road. Stay healthy. Green. And we got your sea mosses. FruitGodTemple.com. Go to FruitGodTemple.com.
So he's saying Fruit God of Tampa. See how he said it? He just let it all flow like one. Sound like it said Fruit God Temple. That's what wait a minute. Make sure I'm on. Okay, yeah. Seemed like he said it was like Fruit God Temple. You know what I'm saying? But he said fruitguyofttampa.com. That's why I had to run it back. This guy got a lot of stuff going on here. Yeah. Got a lot of stuff going on. Uh-huh. He said, Pop. Wait a minute. Need to do over my education. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so that's him. Let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one. Let's get to the next one.
Up half an apple and mix it with 1 cup of flour, 2 tablespoons of honey, half a cup of milk, and just a little cinnamon. Then bake it at 350 for about 18 minutes. You get these warm, soft apple cinnamon muffins made with real simple ingredients. Ain't nothing fancy. Just good homemade food that tastes real good. If you want more easy recipes like this,
man, I didn't want to do it.
This baby, follow me and comment simple, and I'll send it your. Did you know, baby, if you grate up half an apple and mix it with 1 cup of flour, 2 tablespoons of honey, half a cup of milk, and just a little cinnamon, then bake it at 350 for about 18 minutes, you get these warm, soft apple cinnamon muffins made with real simple ingredients. Ain't nothing fancy. Just good homemade food that tastes real good. If you want more easy recipes like this, baby, follow me and comment simple, and I'll send it your.
Man, that's some good eating. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. I'm taking it. Boom. Boom. I don't need to hear that again. There we go. Boom. All right. All right, we're going to run through these. I'm going to stop doing this. We're going to go to full screen. Get it.
Mash cooked sweet potato and mix it with cocoa powder, eggs, and a little honey. Then bake it at 180 degrees Celsius for about 20 minutes. You can make soft chocolate brownies that are naturally sweet, rich in fiber, and a healthier twist on a classic treat. Comment yes if you are from America and follow me for more healthy recipes. Did you know if you mash cooked sweet potato and mix it with cocoa powder, eggs, and a little honey, then bake it at 180 degrees Celsius for about 20 minutes, you can make soft chocolate brownies that are naturally sweet, rich in fiber, and a healthier twist on a classic treat. Comment yes if you are from America and follow me for more healthy recipes.
That's righteous right there. Here's another one. Bet you nobody knew about this. Hold on.
If you drain and rinse a can of black beans, blend them with 3 eggs, add a 1/4 cup of cocoa powder, and a drizzle of maple syrup, pour the batter into a lined tray, scatter dark chocolate chips on top and bake them, you get a batch of rich, fudgy chocolate brownies with no flour, no refined sugar, and no processed ingredients. Just 5 real foods that come together into a dessert that actually supports your blood sugar instead of spiking it. Comment bean for the recipe and follow me on the journey to help 500,000 people make better food choices and hit their goals.
Did anybody know that? You can actually take black beans, blend them with some cacao, right? Some little maple syrup with that, with the egg, blend that up, and you got brownies. That's wild. I'm gonna look at that again. I want to look at that one more time. Where it go? The other one was pretty simple. I mean, you get a yam. That's what I call a yam. That's not a sweet potato. That's a yam. The white ones, those are considered to be sweet potatoes, but they all pretty much taste the same to me. I call it like that. Now, you talking about a yam / sweet potato with 1 egg, with some cocoa or cacao, you know what I'm saying? Sprinkle that up in there. Blend that up real good. That's gonna taste pretty good, man. That's gonna taste pretty good. And you haven't, like the other one used a little flour. But really, if you use the potato, that one, the potato, because those are roots, you know what I'm saying? The sweet potato. That will actually be like your dough, your bread, everything. That thing be fluffy. It's like the other one I had saw with it, where they used regular potato with an egg and a little bit of yogurt or something like that. Put that all together and then made like a potato bun. It's like a bun. And they put the little sprinkles on it on top. Shit, that can work. I mean, yeah, that could work. Let's go back and look at all of them, actually. Not that. Let's go to this.
Did you know if you mash cooked sweet potato and mix it with cocoa powder, eggs, and a little honey, then bake it at 180 degrees Celsius for about 20 minutes, you can make soft chocolate brownies that are naturally sweet, rich in fiber, and a healthier twist on a classic treat. Comment yes if you are from America.
That's simple. All right. Let's go to this one.
You'll never look at brownies the same. Did you know if you drain and rinse a can of black beans, blend them with 3 eggs, add a 1/4 cup of cocoa powder, and a drizzle of maple syrup, pour the batter into a lined tray, scatter dark chocolate chips on top and bake them, you get a batch of rich, fudgy chocolate brownies with no flour, no refined sugar, and no processed ingredients. Just 5 real foods that come together into a dessert that actually supports your blood sugar instead of spiking it. Comment bean for the recipe and follow me on the journey to help 500,000 people make better food choices and hit their goals. You'll never look at brownies the same. Did you know if you drain and rinse a can of black beans, blend them with 3 eggs, add a 1/4 cup of cocoa powder, and a drizzle of maple syrup, pour the batter into a lined tray, scatter dark chocolate chips on top and bake them, you get a batch of rich, fudgy chocolate brownies with no flour, no refined sugar, and no processed ingredients. Just 5.
Yeah, that works. That works. All right. So this one was interesting. Check this out.
2 months to design a warship. She did it in 18 hours. Her name was Ray Montague. While working for the U.S. Navy in 1971, she created the first fully computer-generated ship design, an Oliver Harry-class frigate. Using a program she built herself. And here's the part that'll get you heated. And she wasn't even classified as an engineer. And because she didn't have an engineering degree, the system said her title didn't qualify, even though she literally revolutionized naval design. Her code replaced 2 years of human drafting in less than a day. The Navy took her design, built the ships. They used her system for decades. But her title, still computer operator. She trained engineers, men who got paid more than her. Think about that. And even one asked her to get coffee while using the work she created. And it took 19 years for them to finally call her what she already was, an engineer. The ship she designed stayed in service until 2015. Her impact is everywhere. They accepted the math, but they rejected the mathematician. So let's say her name, Ray Montague, the woman who taught computers how to build ships. This is Black Excellence. This is Black history. And remember, Black history is American history. They gave a department 2 months to design a warship. She did it in 18 hours. Her name was Ray Montague. While working for the U.S. Navy in 1971, she created the first fully computer-generated ship design, an Oliver Harry-class frigate. Using a program she built herself. And here's the part that'll get you heated. And she wasn't even classified as an engineer. And because she didn't have an engineering degree, the system said her title didn't qualify, even though she literally revolutionized naval design. Her code replaced 2 years of human drafting in less than a day. The Navy took her design, built the ships. They used her system for decades. But her title, still computer operator. She trained engineers, men who got paid more than her. Think about that. And even one asked her to get coffee while using the work she created. And it took 19 years for them to finally call her what she already was, an engineer. The ship she designed stayed in service until 2015. Her impact is everywhere. They accepted the math, but they rejected the mathematician. So let's say her name, Ray Montague, the woman who taught computers how to build ships. This is Black Excellence. This is Black history. And remember, Black history is American history.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chambers, you want to give your name and your organization? Gary.
Watch this. If I remember this correctly, this is wild. Okay. Appreciate it. Dad's After Divorce, 1987. Appreciate you being here, brother or sister. Well, it's Dad's After Divorce, so gotta be a brother. But yeah, appreciate you being here. Yep, appreciate you liking it. Yeah, I'm taking my time on this. You know, on Monday, I take my time. I'm gonna go in real quick and I'm gonna set the stage for the rest of the week. Yeah, we gotta roll with it right now. None of your business. We know what time it is. But yeah, gonna roll with it. Check this out.
Chambers representing myself. I know how the political process works, so I know that most of what we say at this microphone doesn't mean much to you all.
Hold on, let me mute up. It's wow. I'm gonna run it back twice. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up, Dad. That divorce shout out to Brother Rich. All right, I'm gonna mute up because this is interesting.
Chambers, you want to give your name and your organization?
Gary Chambers representing myself. I know how the political process works, so I know that most of what we say at this microphone doesn't mean much to you all as representatives. You got a vote to make in order to do what you feel you need to do for the governor and your politics. But your state ranks number 50 in the nation because you continue to do these things. We rank number 50 in the economy, number 50 in crime. You can shake your head, Representative. Number 46 in education, number 44 in healthcare, number 48 in infrastructure, number 49 in natural environment. But you got time to take away clerks of court seats. Your priorities are jacked up, and your state continues to lose as a result. But you're proud. You're proud Republicans, proud conservatives. You're Reconstructionist. You're Reconstructionist, and it's racist. And every one of your votes reflect your moral character and the lack thereof. Now, I go to church just like you all. I don't know if we read the same Bible. Do good, seek justice, help the widow, the orphan, the oppressed, and the poor. Isaiah 1:17. Now, you can strip up the Constitution of this state. You can restructure New Orleans all you want, but you're losing even your own voters. Because last year, you lost every constitutional amendment you sent out the Capitol. Every one of them. In your own districts. And you came back down here again, playing Jeff's game. Now he wants to be president. And some of y'all won't even be representatives following along with the governor. If you believe in local representation, like I know most of you truly do, you wouldn't be meddling in this local community. But it's a majority Black community. And you don't do this anywhere else in the state, which shows it's racist. I don't need data to show me the history of Louisiana. Every legislature that has ever existed in this state has been under majority white control. And you still haven't found a way to get yourselves out of the bottom 10 ranking. Georgia beats you every year. Why? Because they don't have a problem with Black people prospering. The government is a job farm. You all are opening up prisons in rural parishes to create jobs for your constituents and trying to take away Calvin Duncan's job in New Orleans, where he creates jobs for Black constituents. The prosperity of this state continues to decline because you lack the vision to lead us forward. This is a waste of the voters' time, and I know you're going to vote the way you want to vote anyway. But I wanted to look you in your faces and tell you this is weak, self-serving, and cowardice, and you're Reconstructionists, and history will remember you.
Since y'all don't want to do it, I'm going to do it. Where is it at? Where is it at? I'm going to put the fire. I'm going to put the fire emojis in there. Since y'all don't want to do it, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. That right there was a that was a boy, that's like That's like your grandpa just lecturing you, telling you you ain't shit, boy. Get your shit together. Get your shit together. I mean, he talked to him like they was his children. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy. Let's keep it going. Gets better.
Oh, that's what progress. That we have 5 times more black men in prison. We're born after our children. We don't get married anymore. The ones that are born, 80% of those been born out of wedlock.
See the difference? This dude talking hella fast. Well, those people are representatives. None of your business. That's why he's talking to them. In Louisiana, he's coming to them just like my homegirl in Chicago. Like everybody is going to these places, telling them what they're doing and calling them on how they're being. Like you can't throw the wool over our eyes anymore. This is what's happening. We know what's happening, and we getting involved. It's the bottom line. Why you here? Why the situation is what it is? Because it's been mixed up, a lot of crabs in the barrel. Nobody knows they left from right. You know, the narrative has been pushed. So at this point in time, a lot of people now are putting it in reverse. It's what you call reverse engineering this thing. To say, hey, you got us in this deal. Now, people are telling them, do your job. Slave, servant, do your job. That's why we put you here. So do your job. At this point in time, that's all we got is our voice. That's it. We ain't got nothing else. Right now, we ain't got no army. They took our military. But we ain't got that. So this is how it's got to get done. Got to get crafty. All right. Let me mute up.
Every black place you go in, everybody's trying to get out. Even the drug dealers don't want to live there. All around the world, they look at us and make fun of us. And then when somebody, like those ignorant jokers on the screen talking about, I'll get tired of walking around a store and get following and steal something. I say, man, that's pattern recognition. Come on, man. Come on. Now I see you following me, I want to turn around and fight you. What you talking about? So we have to be serious about this. Where did it come from? They started destroying our culture in the civil rights movement. You know about it, we all know about it. They started telling us stop being entrepreneurs, stop being beggars. Asking this idiocy that says that if white people don't want you somewhere, you're supposed to pass a law to make them accept you, right? Christianity 101, manhood 101, stoicism 101. I want you to understand this. A real man doesn't want to be anywhere where he's not wanted. Come on. He doesn't want to be anywhere that makes him feel small. He doesn't want to be anywhere where he's tolerated. If you don't want me there, I'm out. I ain't gonna make you take my money. Come on. I don't care if you don't like me, white man. I really don't care. You put your hands on me, you're gonna have a problem. And so we sit around here acting like sissies and acting like why we're not respected. Begging for this, begging for that, crawling for that. We can earn. It is one thing I know about the market. Best product, best service, best price, they'll buy your stuff. They don't care about your color. That's right. It's a fact, y'all. Believe me, take it from me. Tim Cook is openly gay, married to a dude, runs Apple, I buy his phone, okay? Why? Because it's a good product. I mean, he can lay in the bed with his boyfriend and go to town all night long if he wants to. The phone works well, okay? That's the market. That is the market. Does your product work? Yeah, I don't care what you do there, man. Give me the phone. Just wash it off. And we want to think, he hired me because I'm black. No, he hired you because you're ignorant, you won't show up on time, you smell bad, and you got an attitude. No, it's I'm black. No, it's not. And don't want to work. But you know what? That's the fallback position. Because they say, we dream of this world where you won't be judged by the color of your skin, by the country of your character. You are judged by your character. They will recognize that you're black And then what? It's what comes after that. It's your opportunity then. Do you smile, shake his hand, say, hello, I'm Vince, everybody else, I'm pleased to meet you. But you say, hey man, what's going on, partner? We have to teach our children the truth. And the truth is that you're not discriminated against because you're black. You're discriminated against because you're weak and because you're stupid. Fix those two things to be like the people come from Africa who come here and make more money than white folks do. That's the fact.
Plantation. They try to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with actual slave owners on it. Right before I went on stage, they gave me a list of all the things I wasn't supposed to address. It was like right before I went on stage. So I took the list on stage, and that was the show. I just did the list. Don't talk about the royal family. That's y'all, and I just made fun of them. Man, they were screaming. Ah. Then after the show, I'm backstage at a meet and greet, and there was all these young comedians from all over the Middle East. They were looking at me like I wouldn't even know that they'd know who I am. They couldn't believe I was there. They kept saying, "You just say that? You just say that stuff?" Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not a big deal in my mind, but I never forgot that. And that was in Dubai. Man, in Riyadh. That crowd watching that comedy, the first time the government let them even see something like this, it was like a baby tasting sugar. If I had choked a tiger out, they couldn't have been more impressed. They were screaming.
You think you're creating space for them that wouldn't exist?
At the very least, and this is not nothing, that must have felt incredibly cathartic if you can't say everything you want to say, but you see somebody model that behavior. Oh man, you're gonna want it. So if you think of all the violence and all the things we export to the Middle East, I think our culture is the best export we got.
But
I didn't feel wrong being up there.
Yeah, I know we were talking about the Comedy Festival in 2025. You did get a lot of fall. You did get a lot of, I don't know what your pushback or criticism for going among other people.
Yeah.
Okay, the intelligence, U.S. intelligence did make it clear that they believe that the Saudis killed Jamal Khashoggi in the embassy in Turkey. And you knew that when you went, right?
Oh, absolutely. Now, I should tell you.
You had no qualms?
I won't say that. They asked me to go years before that. And I said no for that very reason. Since that time, the United States government does business with the Saudis. Netflix does business with the Saudis. Everyone, the Saudis finance tons of movies. All these, I know, I see them financing boxing matches and all these things. And none of these things were an issue until I went there. And why is that? As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation, they try to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay, I'll go home and spend the money with actual slave owners on it. Where is this clean money you're talking?
But you said you hesitated for years to go, the years you didn't go. So what made the difference for you?
Time and circumstance, time and the wheels of commerce kept turning. You know, if you want to be that pure about money, then stop driving your car, stop eating, don't use your cell phone. Everything is tethered to something that's just terrible. And I can make a million excuses or reasons to deprive that crowd of that show. But man, when I was standing in front of them, I feel like I did the right thing. Our governments are going to ruin everything for us. We'll never get to know each other if we just do everything that they want to do or function on the terms that they want us to function. And we don't even really know what's going on. Not for sure. As soon as a black man can make money off the plantation, they try to tell you that the money is dirty. Well, okay.
Now, this next one, peace. Oh, dude, Copper Draco, what it do? They don't come make more money, though. That was cap. All right. Oh, dude, what it is. Appreciate you coming up here. All right, now this one right here is kind of funny. Now this was for the men, y'all. This for the men, but y'all gonna laugh too. Y'all gonna laugh. Y'all gonna laugh too. Watch this. And this was classic. I'm gonna take this and do an individual screen for this one. This one funny though. This one was funny. This one was funny. I ain't gonna even lie. Man, I watched this. Man, I was falling out.
Hello.
Hey, Granddad, what you doing?
I'm laying down. What you whispering for?
Hey, look, I need you to do me a favor.
What you need?
I need you to call Leah and
he said, "What you whispering for?"
and act like you need something, so I can get out the house because she got me on punishment.
Brother, you say you on what?
I'm on punish.
Motherfucker, you a grown ass man. The fuck she putting you on punishment for?
Man, look, you gotta call her and say you need me to do something so I can get out the house, man. She already took my phone, so I snuck my phone.
Brother, she took your phone. Get your bitch ass up, drop your nuts, and walk out that motherfucking house. What the fuck wrong with you?
I can't leave out the house. Listen, man. Hey.
Motherfucker, you can put a comment here and fuck what you heard. Damn, I'm finna change your name. You ain't no kid to me acting like a damn bitch. You whispering and shit because you tell you do. You do what a woman tell you do.
I listen to mine. I don't know about you, but listen, I'm on punish for 2 weeks, so I need you to hurry up and call me.
Motherfucker, you a grown ass man. You talking about you on some fucking punishment. Where's she at?
I think she went to the gym, so I had snuck my phone.
Motherfucker, you a grown. You ain't no little boy. What the fuck you let that girl? You let her beat on you too?
It depends, but
it depends on what? Oh, my damn poor grandson over there being a bitch and getting his ass whooped. Right there. Right there.
I don't know. Hey, listen.
Every day you just disappoint me. Shirley, your grandson is a bitch. you a bitch. I just want to let you know that.
I love you though. But hey, listen. hey, I think she about to come. Just call her for me, all right?
I call the motherfucker so you get all punishment so you come outside and play with us, you old bitch ass. You don't make no goddamn shit. The boy punishment, Shirley.
Oh shit. That's crazy. That shit was fun. Neat. Oh my goodness. Man, I had to play that back a few times, boy. I tell you, man. That's Granddaddy. See, someone give a call. She come out and play with us, you little bitch ass nigga. Man, now I'm telling you. Oh man. Man. Oh yeah, you seen that one old dude? Yeah. Oh man, that was good. That was good. He said, Shirley, he talked to his wife. Shirley, your grandson is a bitch. Ah, man. All right, look. Enough of this. I'm going. Oh man. Man. Let me get rid of these tabs. We're gonna get into the information. I ain't gonna be too long. I'm just gonna bring up this information. Oh man. Yeah. You know. Coming back on Monday, first day First day of work, you know, man, that's wild. That's wild right there. Can't make that shit. And you could tell that he had him too. He was serious. That's what I'm saying. Boy, these men better buckle that belt a little bit, pull your pants up, and buckle that shit up tight. You might be on punishment. Ah, man. Man, my head hurting. Damn, my head hurting. Sheesh. You can't make this shit up, man. I'm telling you. Can't make it up, man. I'm just saying. But look. Man, you need to laugh sometime, man. Be all right. Be all right. It will be all right. Oh, man. Oh.
Until you actually understand what it means. And I'm not talking about your interpretation. I'm talking about when it comes to the law. All right? Because that's the only definition that matters. Let's break this down, guys. 12 USC subsection 84C1. The lending limits code. All right? It says the term loans and extensions of credit. All right? Lines of credit, loans, same thing, tomato, tomato. All right? Shall include all, pay attention, all direct and indirect advances of funds, meaning the money they give you, whether it's line of credit, credit card, whatever the case may be, all advancements, direct and indirect, made to a person on the basis of any obligation, right, stay with me, of that person to repay the funds or repayable from specific property pledged. Oh my God, y'all gotta start paying attention to words. Words have so much meaning when it comes to law. All right, payable from specific property pledged or on behalf of the person. On behalf of the person. Don't get tricked. Don't get tricked. Stay with me. All right. So notice they said a loan, right, is repayable.
Now, I'm going to spare you. The old dude said, man, look, I ain't asking no woman permission to do Nathan. Now your business said it at least be nice. It'd be nice every now and then. You know what I'm saying? Oh boy. Man, look. Look, all right. See, she's repeating herself, right? But we're going to actually go straight to the law, and then I'm going to tell you exactly what it says. Then we'll break it down. Because she's just kind of just going back and forth. She's gonna repeat it a few times. But let's see the basis of it.
From specific property pledge by or on behalf of the person. You, the person who signed the loan, the bank is the person who holds the loan, right?
Now, first of all, that's wrong. She's saying you, the person. No, you're not the person. We're going to get in that. I've said it a few times. See, these are people up here. Now, these are the people you need to look out for. Because she's sitting there regurgitating something. She's looking good. She got the big screen up there with the little tap, looking like a chalkboard. It's cute. She dressed nice. She looked cute, you know, and all that type of stuff. But listen, once you get past the veil and let your ears work and listen, she said, you're the person. All right. No, wrong.
It says they can act on behalf of you. So now
you was not in there.
Now that should make you think, well, okay, wouldn't this indicate that the loan is payable from the sale of the debt pledged? Or am I tripping? Right? That means when they sold the loan, it repaid itself. Okay, stay with me. On the amount the debt pledged on behalf of the account borrower. You are the...
Hey, you already know old dude is gonna be old dude. So don't trip. Old dude gonna be old dude. So that's Sharkeisha. You familiar with her? Okay. It's Sharkeisha. Is that
account holder, but they're trying to make it seem like you're the actual borrower when no, you're not. The bank is actually the borrower because they don't even have money for real. All right. If you don't give them money, they don't have the money. All right. Stay with me. So if the bank...
right? So this is what she's talking about. Right here. And here's your notes. We can look at this real quick. Section 372 of this title, referred to in subsection C2, was in the original in reference to section 13 of the Federal Reserve Act. So, as I was saying while I was on mute, Title 12 is actually codified Federal Reserve Act. Title 12, that's a codified number and title for the Federal Reserve Act. Man, I was cooking. That's all right. We move on. So we look at it right here. The provisions of Section 13 describing bankers' acceptances are classified to Section 372 of this title. Other provisions of this section 13 are classified to Sections 342, 347, 347C, 347D of this title. Codification here, there you go, which was the National Bank Act. Remember when we talked about that in the in the Act of 1933. So when we're talking about the circumstances, just bear with me. I got to get it back because I was on mute. I don't know how that thing got on mute. So here we go. Now, let's get back to it. All right. Appreciate you being here. Yep. Original RCJ. All right. So now let's go back here. We have authorities, and your CFR is your authorities. 12 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, 32. That's the authorities. U.S. codes is enforcement. Now, it says the total loans and extension of credit. Right? What she said, the total loans and extension of credit by a national banking association to a person outstanding at one time and not fully secured as determined in a manner consistent with paragraph 2 of this subsection by collateral having a market value at least equal to the amount of the loan or extension of credit shall not exceed 15% or percent of the unimpaired capital and unimpaired surplus of the association. Now, don't worry about any of all that stuff I just said. Let's go to the total loans and extensions of credit. See, this is what she should do. But it's the microwave stuff. Quick, and then people go run. Right? So right here, okay. Hold on just a sec. My neighbor is mowing his lawn. All right. So now we have all right. What's going on, King Chameleon? Miller Murphy. Hey, what's going on? All right, so look. So the term loans and extensions of credit shall include A, all direct. And here's where we're going to figure out what these words are. So this is loans and extensions of credit. This is breaking down what loans and extensions of credit are. Right? So it shall include A, all direct or indirect advances of funds. Now, direct, indirect, right? Now we got advances of funds. That's one. To a person. That's two. These are key words here. Key phrases, key words. Made on the basis of any obligation. And remember that in my other ones before, I talked about obligations, right? Remember 1933. Remember what I read in that act of 1933, which came out HJR 192. All right. So basis of any obligation of that person to repay the funds or repayable from specific property pledged. So that means you put up some collateral. That property pledge is collateral in order to get that loan or that extension of credit. But everybody might think it might be that car, it might be that house. Not always. That collateral may be. Now, check it out. I know you guys read it while I was doing this, while I was talking to nobody. But under the circumstances, the pledge of that property by or on behalf of the person, by or on behalf of the person. Title 18 USC subsection 8, Title 31 USC 5118, 5119, 5118 A2, then 5118 D. All right. Now, to the extent, this is B, to the extent specified by the comptroller of the currency. So this means that the comptroller of the currency dictates this. So you have Code of Federal Regulations, which is Treasury, what they call e-Treasury regulations right now. But these are Treasury. Code of Federal Regulations is Treasury regulations. The comptroller of the currency. Look that up so you guys can understand what that means. On the other half of it, right, you got to the extent specified by the comptroller of the currency that's actually dealing with banks and banking, right? So these loans and extensions of credit, which is governed, or that is not governed, but that is monitored by the comptroller of the currency, right? Comma, any liability of a national banking association, any liability of a national banking association. But remember, Title 18 USC subsection 8, right? HJR 192, that act of Congress that brought the Federal Reserve Bank in. Who had the liability? Dollar for dollar. Okay. So any liability of a national banking association to advance funds. So if the National Banking Association has a liability to advance funds to or on behalf, so if they're doing something on behalf of another person, that, as they will say, that is considered to be a form of what? A fiduciary relationship. The trustee, right? To or on behalf. So let's say they cut the check to you. See, what she was trying to say is they got to cut you a check, right? This is what I'm saying. They stealing. They listening to me and they stealing. But nevertheless, if it's to, that means they cut the check, put it in your deposit. If it's on behalf, they put it in escrow. So this is why I say car, house. Most of the time, car, house situation, you'll never see the money. What they're going to do is they're going to put it in escrow and do a electronic funds transfer, EFT. Right? That's how it usually goes. Anytime there's some type of issue that's dealing with loans and extensions of credit, you will never see that money. They're going to set it up account. They're going to transfer those funds into escrow, and boom, there you go. That's what's happening. Now, let's keep going. Any liability, right? We're going to go back here. Any liability of a national banking association to advance funds to or on behalf of a person pursuant to a contractual commitment. So if it's a contractual commitment, wait a minute. Loans and extensions of credit are contractual commitments. So if a contract, we know a contract is between two parties, really three. That's how you get a true bill, because you have two parties and you have a witness. So, trust relationship, right? Man, I was laughing so hard over here, boy, I can't stop coughing. All right, it's Monday. Don't trip. Now, if we have a contractual commitment here, and you look at your contracts, right? So you go back and look at your loans, your car loans, your mortgages, you look at all these different things, credit cards, you look at the information, it's not telling you that it's a contract. You have all the liability. Now, if it's a contractual commitment, what type of contract is it? Is it bilateral, unilateral, trilateral? What are we dealing with here? But we do know that this is a contractual commitment. I'm going to go from right to left. I'm going to go from where I'm at, and I'm going to go back up to the top right now. It's a contractual commitment to advance funds by liability of a national bank, National Banking Association, dictated by the comptroller of the currency through what is considered to be the Federal Reserve Act, right? Because of 12 U.S.C. when we looked at the notes. Repayable or repaid by pledge of some form of property by or on behalf of a person. This is what is considered to be loans and extensions of credit. Now let's go to C. And any credit exposure to a person arising, clip that. Oh yeah, I got to tell AI to clip that. Said it to clip it. Any credit exposure to a person arising from a derivative transaction. What is that? Repurchase agreement. What is that? King Chameleon? Tamula? Anybody listening? What is that? Reverse purchase agreement. What is that? Securities lending transaction. What is that? Or securities borrowing transaction. What is that? These got commas, but it's an or. It's an or in there. There's not an and. That means that depending on what you're dealing with, whatever situation that you're dealing with as an applicant, that letter of credit that is issued or that promise or whatever that is comes behind that can be one or the following. I'll pause for a second if you want to take a snapshot. Now, if you don't, there's 12 U.S.C. subsection 84. I ain't even got through it yet. All I did was just click on the definition. See, people don't click on the definitions. So, derivative transaction, repurchase agreement. And you guys heard me that know me. No, I talk about repurchase agreements, right? If I buy a house and that guy sells it to me, escrow closed, I just made a transaction. Now I got a transaction over here, and these people say, hey, we loaned you money. We just loaned you money. So you need to sign this deed of trust. And when you sign this deed of trust, then what? You got to pay us back with interest for 30 years. And once you're complete those payments, you actually buy your house back. But the principal amount is not due until maturity. Now you have a reverse purchase agreement, which is like you have a reverse mortgage, right? You got a mortgage, you got a reverse mortgage. Those are for people over the age of 62, I think 64, I don't know, where you can actually pull off the house and, you know, and just get lines of credit and never have to pay that thing back. You get a big line of credit, get money. And then once you know, when that day comes, you know what I'm saying? Your beneficiaries or your heirs or your children have to pay that off. Or the company can actually sell it, foreclose, do all the other stuff. You know what I mean? So we'll get into that on and another time, but just for an example. Right? So you got derivatives, right? Derivatives deals with what? Stock, right? Investments, so on and so forth, right? And then you have this other one that is called securities, right here. Securities lending transaction. Then you have securities borrowing transaction. Interesting what these things mean. Now, let's go over here and let's click on person, because we've been clicking on persons. All right. The term person shall include an individual, sole proprietorship, partnership, joint venture, association, trust, estate, business trust, corporation, sovereign government. Oh my goodness. A sovereign government. Oh my goodness. Or agency, instrumentality, or political subdivision thereof, or any similar entity or organization. That's what a person is. Now, what she tried to say is you are that, what? You are that person. You want to hear what she said? Let's go back and hear what she was saying. Let's go back and hear exactly what she said. You see what I'm saying? This is what she said. Yeah.
USC subsection 84C1, the lending limits code, all right? It says the term loans and extensions of credit, all right? Lines of credit, loans, same thing, tomato, tomato, all right? Shall include all, pay attention, all direct and indirect advances of funds, meaning the money they give you, whether it's line of credit, credit card, whatever the case may be, all advancements, direct and indirect, made to a person on the basis of any obligation, right? Stay with me, of that person to repay the funds or repayable from specific property pledged. Oh my God, y'all gotta start paying attention to words. Words have so much meaning when it comes.
She ain't said shit. All right, let's All right, let's get to it, lady.
To law. All right, payable from specific property pledged or on behalf of the person. On behalf of the person.
On behalf of the person.
Don't get tricked. Don't get tricked. Stay with me. All right. So notice they said a loan, right, is repayable from specific property pledge by or on behalf of the person. You, the person.
You, the person. What does this say? What does this say? You, the person. Now, let me ask y'all. Let's pull it back up again. What is a person? All right. Let me look, see if I'm muted. We won't have that issue again. The term person shall include an individual, sole proprietorship, partnership, joint venture, association, trust, estate, business trust, corporation, sovereign government or agency, instrumentality or political subdivision thereof, or any similar entity or organization. Is that you? That's right, isn't it? It can be natural or unnatural. But a natural person is still defined of what a person is. This is a person. Natural person is not in this, right? The only thing we can get close to, right? Let me pull up 28 USC 3002. 28 USC 3002. Right? We can go down here to person, and the closest you're going to get to a person right here is an individual Indian. So an individual, what you would consider to be an individual Indian. That's the closest, right? It says a natural person. That's 28 USC 3002. Right? Definitions. Right? So when we come back down here, isn't it? We have a natural person. Right? So what is this natural? What would that consider to be, right? Natural. But it's including an individual Indian. The term includes and including are not limiting, right? So it's not limiting. So that means it's not limiting to an individual Indian. So they're saying that a natural person is actually an individual Indian. That's about the close we get to it. So an individual Indian, or as it has down here, or a local government or Indian tribe. If we go back to my definitions that I read in Black's Law and stuff like that, we go through that. But I don't want to keep going back. That would be digression. But this is where I want us to get to where I'm at, where I can actually go search it, pull it, and then make a connection. So at least nobody can talk over your head, and you can at least run step for step and be able to ask the right questions and not it be running too fast. Right? So this is 28 USC 3002. All right. So when we go back to lending limits, okay, here we go. Now, 2 says the total loans and extensions of credit by National Banking Association to a person outstanding at one time and fully secured by readily marketable collateral having a market value as determined by reliable and continuously available price quotations at least equal to the amount of the funds outstanding shall not exceed 10% of the unimpaired capital and unimpaired surplus of the association. Now, what does that mean? But we do know that it's secured by readily marketable collateral. So that means the market could change. Your house back in the day, it may have been worth 90,000, but now the thing worth 400,000. So that's readily marketable collateral, meaning readily changeable, that can be accessed collateral. But it only at 10%. So this is something that is just intentionally confusing. It's intentional. Who cares about any of that? But you actually telling me that the market value of my house is connected to the Dow Jones and the peaks and valleys. It goes up, goes down, goes up, goes down, flat lines, does all kind of different stuff. And that's what I'm basing my market value on, based on what I consider to be the value of it, not the value that I put into it. I didn't had it for so many years. I didn't put a lot of money into it, kept it habitable, more than what the value is worth. I put millions of dollars in this thing, outside of what monetary, but sweat, everything. And the value that it means to the family, that it actually could go over a period of time. But they're talking about a marketable value. Now, definitions. We read that. We read that. Okay, we got that. Now, what is a derivative transaction? The term derivative, I ain't going to take too much more time on this. I want to see what a derivative I know what the other ones mean. The term derivative transaction includes any transaction that is a contract, agreement, swap, warrant, note, or option that is based. That says warrant. Any transaction that is a contract, agreement, swap, warrant, note, or option that is based in whole or in part on the value of any interest in or quantitative measure or the occurrence of any event relating to one or more commodities, securities, currencies, interests, or other rates, indices, or other assets. Say what? All this going on. I'm pretty sure anybody in the chat right now, be in the chat later, or listening to this later, be like, what's this got to do with me? But if you look at the definitions up here, it's telling you what these things are. Right? This says or. These are commas. Any credit exposure to a person arising from a derivative transaction. So this is credit exposure. So your credit exposure to your credit, or credit exposure to a person arising from a derivative transaction. Repurchase agreement. These are all transaction agreements or otherwise. See what I'm saying? Any credit exposure to a person arising from a derivative transaction, repurchase agreement. You see what I'm saying? You get all these things that are comprising from credit exposure. Now we got to figure out what credit exposure is. What is that? But all this in derivatives, right? And you think you just got a credit card for $1,500, $500, $300, $5,000, $10,000. And you just swipe it. Yeah, this credit. Yeah, they let me credit. Right. Okay, let's see what the exceptions are. The exceptions, the limitations contained in subsection A shall be subject to the following exceptions. Loans or extensions of credit arising from the discount of commercial or business paper. What? Loans or extensions of credit arising from the discount. Remember, original issue discount of commercial or business paper evidencing an obligation to the person negotiating it with recourse shall not be subject to any limitation based on capital and surplus. Let me read that again. Loans or extensions of credits arising from the discount of commercial or business paper. What does that mean? Evidencing an obligation or evidence of indebtedness to pay to the person. We got that. Negotiating it. What does that mean? With recourse, right? So you got with prejudice, without prejudice, and you got with recourse and without recourse. I think the people that listening that know me know what that means. Shall not be subject, listen, shall not be subject to any limitation based on capital and surplus. What is capital and surplus? Remember the notes, right? Remember what the note said. Remember the notes right here. Federal Reserve Act, number 1. Number 2, Codification, National Banking Act, number 2. Number 3, loans or any non-bank financial company, comptroller of the currency. Lot. Obligations, 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 obligations. See, when it's lengthy like this, it's very, very, very important. Housing Act, United States Housing Act, 1937. Now, the authorities, so you remember, 12 CFR, 12 CFR 32. All right, so number 2, the purchase of bankers' acceptances of the kind described, so on and so forth, and issued by other banks shall not be subject to any limitation based on capital and surplus. Loans and extensions of credit secured by bills of lading, warehouse receipts, warehouse receipts, bills of lading. What is that? Warehouse receipts. What is that? Or similar documents transferring or securing title to readily market staples shall be subject, Loans or extensions of credit secured by bonds, notes, certificates of indebtedness, I think I said that, or treasury bills of the United States, or by other such obligations fully guaranteed as the principal and interest by the United States shall not be subject to any limitation based on capital and surplus. What is capital and surplus? Loans are extension of credit to or secured by unconditional takeout commitments. What is that? Or guarantees of any department. Who are they? Agency. Who are they? Bureau. Who are they? Board, commission, or establishment of the United States. Oh, they're establishments of the United States. Got it. 28 USC 3002, subsection 14 and 15. All right. Think we've seen enough of that. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the window. We're going to go to my Adobe, and we're going to pull up. We're going to pull up the Negotiable Instruments Act per request. And we're going to pull up the Bill of Exchange Act. We're going to pull up the Bill of Exchange Act first. We're going to pull these things up, and we're going to take a look. Right? We're going to take a look at these things, pull them up, expand it, so you guys can view this real good. Bills of Exchange, the Bills of Exchange Act, arrangement of sections. So, Bills of Exchange, form and interpretation. Bill of Exchange defined. Inland and foreign bills. Right? So we'll deal with all this other stuff later. Right? Then next we have capacity and authority of parties. But all we're going to do is deal with the first part. Right? We're going to deal with Bill of Exchange defined. We're going to deal with definition. So if you take a look, you actually pull this thing off the website. It ain't hard. Okay? Just going slow so you can look at them. So remember, it talked about negotiation of bills, right? It didn't say negotiation of bills, but it said negotiation. And what we read, general duties of the holder. All right? In that thing, she mentions the holder as well. She mentions the holder. She said, you're the holder. And that's wrong. I stopped it. Yeah. She was wrong. Only thing she said is that the banks ain't got money to loan anything. That's the only thing she said correct. And appreciate her for bringing up 12 USC subsection 84. Because I kind of overlooked some of these things, you know, but it brings me back. Right? So we got general duties of the holder. And when you're the holder of a note or security. We don't hold no security or notes. We have possession. We have title. Right? And we pay insurance, right? We pay insurance. Got GAP for the car, and you have title insurance. Right? We insure them because when you close on a house, you got to insure them. You got to pay title insurance, and that insures the lender, or the alleged lender. Right? So we keep going. So you guys take a look. Liabilities of the parties, funds in hands of drawee, liability of acceptor, liability of drawer or endorser, strangers signing bill liable, strangers signing bill liable as endorser. I don't know what that means. Measure of damages against parties to dishonored bill, transfer by delivery and transferee. Discharge of bill, payment in due course, banker paying demand draft, express waiver, cancellation, alteration of bill, acceptance and payment for honor. All these things are here in the Bills of Exchange Act. Why people always say, oh, that's sovereign citizen talk. No, it's right here. It's right here. All right, I'm just moving slow. Promissory notes is in there, supplementary, good faith. Oh, yeah, schedule. Now, let's get into the definition, right? This act may be cited, and this is 1893. This act may be cited, it may be cited. Doesn't have to be. As the Bills of Exchange Act. In this act, acceptance means an acceptance completed by delivery or notification. So as soon as you deliver something, it is accepted. Once you notify somebody, it is considered to be accepted. Now, what people don't understand, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying people don't understand, is that anything on paper is negotiable. Can be, may be considered a bill of exchange. I give you a bill, you exchange it for something else, right? Kind of like barter, broker exchange. You guys are listening? Now, action includes counterclaim. Let me take this down just a little bit. Nope, not that one. All right, let's go 205. Bam. Let's go 225. Bam. Let's go. Damn, that was too big. 225. Bam. There we go. Now, action includes counterclaim and set off. But wait a minute, this is sovereign citizen talk. No. Bills of Exchange Act, 1893. Now this is fifth. Wait a minute. 4 carried to 2, 4. Yeah, this is 40 years before 1933. This is 1893. Right? Banker includes a body of persons, whether incorporated or not, who carry on the business of banking. Bankrupt includes any person whose estate is vested in a trustee. So if your estate is vested in a trustee, you are bankrupt. Or am I reading that wrong? Am I reading that wrong? Now, we saw what a definition of person is, right? I think we did. Right. So if vested in a trustee or assignee under the law for the time being enforced relating to bankruptcy, includes any person whose estate is vested in a trustee or assignee under the law for the time being enforced relating to bankruptcy. Now, clip that. I'll be talking to the AI people. You know what I mean? Bearer means the person in possession of a bill or note, in possession of a bill or note, which is payable to bearer. Now, she was trying to say that it's the holder. No, that's not the holder. The bearer is the one in possession of a bill or note, which is payable to bearer. So wait a minute, what does that mean? Technically, what that means, don't quote me on this, that means that if you were in possession of a bill or a note, that means that that bill is payable to you. So if they say that you owe $1,500 for that rent or for that thing right there, that's a bill. That bill is payable to you. So why not make it payable to you? I don't know. Maybe this is deceiving. Maybe this is not saying that the bearer means the person in possession of a bill, and maybe that person is not you, and maybe that person might not be a representative of you, or maybe it may be a representative of you, and you can't be the bearer. If that makes sense. Now, if that doesn't make sense. Let's see what a bill is. A bill means a bill of exchange, and note means promissory note. Remember, Copper Draco, when I was trying to tell these people, why do you have to make up something when they're sending you the actual bill? You know what I'm saying, Richie Rich, King Chameleon? You know what I'm saying? I'll be trying to tell them, why make it up? They're actually sending it to you. Well, people be getting in trouble because they do not understand the law, civics, contract law, commercial law, and all the different things that come with these changes that was done. And actually, if this is pre-1933, like I was saying, we've been doing this. This is American business. This is American business. And it's none of your business. But all bullshit aside, this has been going on. Right? You got the Section KV Act of 1666. I think the post office has been around since 1100. All right. So delivery means transfer of possession, actual or constructive, from one person to another. Holder means the payee or the endorsee of a bill or note, who is in possession of it or the bearer thereof. Okay. Under that circumstances, I could be half wrong. So she's saying that we're the holder, but she's not explaining it right. By that mean, she's not right. But what this says, I agree with. Once the bill comes to you, right? Once the bill comes to you, you are the holder of that note, that bill or note. So if you're saying bill or note, that's you. Right? You're the one holding it. Right? The real man. But it's in the name of something else that is a representation of you. It's not you. I know a lot of people say that is you. It's not you. But in the common law sense, you are the payee and the endorsee. It says payee or endorsee. You're the payee and the endorsee, meaning the payee and the endorsee are the same thing. So once you endorse it, right, just what we said by definition of bearer, the bearer actually is, right, the one that is payable to bearer. So being the bearer and the holder, you operate in these different positions, right, under different circumstances, but amounts to the same thing. You see how confusing this is? Let me take a look at the screen. But you see how confusing this can be intentionally. I mean, this is why they took all this civics out and all that stuff out of school, because they wanted the government to have control over the people's mind and their thoughts and how they view things. So when it comes back to them, they can dictate it as they will. Now let's get back to now. Delivery means transfer of possession, actual or constructive, from one person to another. Holder means the payee or endorsee of a bill or note, who is in possession of it or the bearer thereof. Holiday means any day appointed by law, to be kept as a holiday. Right? You see what I'm saying? Your holidays. Or as a day of fast or Thanksgiving. But not Christmas Day or Good Friday. Christmas Day or Good Friday is not a holiday. But they keep saying that it's a holiday. But right here it's saying it's not a holiday. And why is it in the Bills of Exchange Act? Oh, who knows? Endorsement means an endorsement completed by delivery. So now let's go back here. Endorsement means an endorsement completed by delivery. Holder means the payee or endorsee of a bill. Delivery means transfer of possession, actual or constructive, from one person to another. Issue means the first delivery of a bill or note, complete in form, to a person who takes it as a holder. Now, as we know, the holder is the payee or endorsee. So the issue, right? Original issue discount. As I was reading, it mentioned discount, right? Mentioned discount. Original issue discount. Now, this thing works in the form of loan, or by the definition, 12 USC subsection 84, it works different in that case where you're dealing with issue, right? So you have your first, right? You got UCC 5-102 in your definitions of what an applicant is, right? Then we jump over here to Article 3 or UCC 3-207 or something like that, that deals with endorsements. Okay, so this Bills of Exchange Act is what? Uniform Commercial Code. Remember, all acts are eventually codified. Federal Reserve Act, Title 12. Fair Debt Collections Practices Act, Title 15. Fair Credit Reporting Act, part of Title 15. Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act is part of Title 12. Code of Federal is Title 15. It has connections with a lot of different things. Truth in Lending Act, Title 15. So under the circumstances, what we have here, the initial loan and transaction of things is a part of your repurchase agreement, your derivative transaction, and all these things. That's what I always say, right? You got your CDO, collateral debt obligation, and then you have your repurchase agreement, derivatives, and all the other, depending on what you're doing, right? Your derivative transaction could be connected to the bank when you put your deposits in, right? You also have your derivatives when you have insurance policies or when you put your shit into stock. Yeah, when you're gambling on the stock market, right? What is that called? New York, Wall Street. Yeah, Wall Street. New York Stock Exchange, right? All those things considered to be derivatives, right? Because you're endorsing it. You're endorsing it. On top of that, you're a holder. And it's a bill because it's a demand for payment. It's an obligation. As soon as you get in that, you got to pay something to get on that stock. You have to pay something to get that house. You got to pay something to get that credit card. You have to pay something to get that car. You have to pay something to get your lights turned on. You have to pay something to rent. You have to pay. You have to pay. That is equal to obligation to do something. And if you don't do it, you don't get it. That's why you get into the credit exposure part of 12 USC subsection 84 when it's talking about credit exposure. What do they say? I need your social, your date of birth, your name, your address. I need to know that you're a United States citizen so we can do this transaction. You need to expose to us your credit. So that way we can do this, comma, or this. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I'm trying to see if I can make this make sense to you guys. Simple. Kind of common. Now, remember 18 USC subsection 8, 831 USC 5118, USC 5118, A2, D as well. D, I don't have that one memorized. D something. Think, subsection D as well, 5118. Also, you have 12 USC 411, right? Remember what 12 USC is. 12 USC 412. You also have 31 USC 5119. I'm not even getting into the Code of Federal Regulations on that. I'm just dealing with the United States codes, your enforcement codes, right? What needs to be done and what is the penalty if it's not done, right? But know that those penalties don't apply to you unless you allow them to apply to you. Now, 5119 talks about the secretary and what they redeem, what they may redeem, what they don't have to. That's something you might want to look into as well. 31 USC 5119. So let's go down just a little bit. Person includes a body of persons, whether incorporated or not. So what they're saying is that that's the second time Bills of Exchange said it. Do you have to be incorporated in order to operate like this? That was like, no. So you have some incorporated bodies, you have some that's unincorporated bodies that are in the United States, in the continental jurisdiction territory of the United States, and any sub-corporation or some franchise connected and attached thereto is considered to be what? A person. Value means valuable consideration. Written includes printed, and writing includes print. Now, we're not going any further than that. Now, the one thing they did not provide is consideration. And we're going to go over here and go to the act involving, and these are the last two I'm going to do, and then I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat. What am I on? 257? I'm doing pretty good. I mean, based on the clips and everything, I've pretty much only been talking for maybe about an hour. So I'm going to put the StreamYard in the chat. Now, if you're coming up here, come up here now. As soon as I get done, y'all not up here, I'm playing music and we out. It's Monday, we setting the table, right? All right, so look. We get back here, right? 55th Congress, an act relating to negotiable instruments within the District of Columbia. Being enacted. That this act shall be known as the Negotiable Instruments Law. In this act, unless context otherwise required. Here we go with definitions. This is 1899. So this is 6 years after the Bills of Exchange Act, right? Yeah, 1893. This is 1899. Definitions. Acceptance. Means an acceptance completed by delivery or notification. Now, we're just going to go through this. We're not going to jump back and forth. So remember what we did already. Right? Action includes counterclaim and set off. Bank includes any person or association of persons carry on the business of banking. Bearer, person in possession of bill note. Bill means bills of exchange. Delivery, holder, endorsement, instrument, issue, person, value, written. There we go. 6 years later, you have the Negotiable Instruments Law. But it's saying that this act shall be known as the Negotiable Instruments Law, but it's still an act. But it should be known as. But we have the Bill of Exchange Act 1893. Is this 1893 or 1968? Ah, it's 1893. Hold on. Let me pull this up real quick. I'm not going to share this. I just want to look it up real quick. Bills of exchange. Creation. Oh man. Bills of Exchange Act creation. 1882. Where is this 1893 coming from? Now this is 1882. I'm gonna put this in the thingamajig so y'all can get that. Absolutely smoke signal. Absolutely smoke signal. Absolutely. They are. Scripts for actors. Bottom line. And this is the key. Let me make sure these definitions is right on point where I'm at here. Bill of exchange, yeah, it's the same thing. Yep, same thing. All right. So this is the one thing, and this is why I've always been, anybody listen, this is why I've always been skeptical of creating trust. It seemed like it puts you in a trick bag. Because if you try to represent yourself, your thing up under a trust, you go to court and you bring that trust in there, they're gonna say that thing needs to be represented by an attorney. You can't represent that, which is wild. See what I'm saying? So who needs to get it? This is what I'm saying. If you consider to be colored folk, copper colored, and you operating under that line, you need to figure out what to do. And try not to cross the line over into the other realm where then you're considered to be subject to, versus the one that actually is the authority giving orders. And the trustee is the one that is doing things. Because if this is 1882, this coming out, and then in 1899, 11 years later, this comes out, the negotiable instruments law, that means that Washington, D.C. in 1893 didn't have anything. There was something else going on in this 1882. So under the circumstances, who's bankrupt? All right, let's get back to the negotiable instruments law. All right, so that's pretty much all the same. Now, we're going to go over here to negotiable instruments law. The mortgage follows the note. This is some quick information for you. This is LexisNexis. All right, one of the enduring principles, nope, too big. One of the enduring principles of negotiable instruments law is that the mortgage follows the note. Thus, even though a lender may think it has a perfected security, and you remember we just looked up 12 USC subsection 84, lenders, lending, and extensions of credit. Let me go back. All right. 12 USC subsection 84, lending limits, dealing with total loans and extension of credits. All right, so I just want to make sure I was correct, so I'm not misquoting. So it says, thus, even though a lender may think it has a perfected security interest in a piece of real estate through a recorded mortgage or deed of trust, failure to perfect against the note itself by taking possession or filing a UCC finances statement spells doom for the lender. Now, let me read that again. This is the lender. Failure to perfect against the note itself. So that means that failure to perfect against the note. So you got to perfect a security interest in the note. So that means you have to claim it, you have to record it, and you got to follow the rules of the Uniform Commercial Code on top of that. But in order to do that, you have to follow the rules of Title 12, USC, subsection 84, 411, 412, and all the different things of what the Federal Reserve. And you got to follow the rules of the FDIC. That's the Federal Depository Insurance Company that insures all these loans. All these transactions are insured through them. And on top of that, you have to follow Title 15, which is your consumer law. Your RESPA, your TILA, your Fair Credit, and all the different things, your Frank-Dodd Act, all these things that have to flow through, have to follow these requirements. This is why they don't perfect it. I'm just jumping ahead of it. This is why they can't perfect it. Not they don't, they can't. All right, so look, let me keep reading. That lesson was learned the hard way in a recent bankruptcy case from Oregon. We think the decision hits the target in the middle. I think there's somebody that put their own little thing on it. The Oregon bankruptcy case in R.E. Westby, 2007. This is Bankers LexisNexis. The court ruled that a secured lender's right to repayment, remember the repurchase agreement? The court ruled that a secured lender's right to repayment on a loan was not secured. So that secured lender's right they're saying that they have secured that. They're saying they are a secured lender, saying that that house is secured by an obligation. And that repayment of that loan is based on that being the security for that loan. And if it's not paid, they can take it. All right, so the court ruled that a secured lender's right to repayment on the loan was not secured by the real property itself, but by the promissory note. The Gunther note, which in turn was secured by a deed of trust, under the rules of the UCC, the perfection rules of Article 9 required that the secured lender take possession of the Gunther note or file a UCC financing statement describing that note. The lender had done neither. Therefore, the trustee in bankruptcy avoided the lender's security interest under the strong arm clause of the bankruptcy code. All right. Now, this is done in bankruptcy. In reaching this conclusion, the court relied heavily on UCC 9-109B, which provides B, security interest in secured obligation. The application of this article to a security interest in a secured obligation is not affected by the fact that the obligation is itself secured by a transaction or interest to which this article does not apply. Official comment 7 to 9-109 explains more fully and gives a very helpful example which mirrors the analysis of the Oregon Bankruptcy Court. Should I read this part? All right. Let me read this. Security interests and obligations secured by non-Article 9 transaction, right? So this is non-Article 9. Read that. Example 1. O borrows $10,000 from M and secures repayment obligation, evidenced by a promissory note by granting to M a mortgage on O's land. This article does not apply to the creation of the real property mortgage. This article does not apply to the creation of a real property mortgage. However, M sells the promissory note to X or gives a security interest in the note to secure M's own obligation to X. This article applies to the security interest thereby created in favor of X. The security interest in the promissory note is covered by this article. Even though the note is secured by a real property mortgage, also, X's security interest in the note gives X an attached security interest in the mortgage lien that secures the note. And if the security interest in the note is perfected by possession or the filing of a financing statement, the security interest in the mortgage lien likewise is perfected. All right. So, public policy. The UCC's codification of the mortgage follows the note principle, promotes sound public policy. Participants in the secondary market and banks making loans against real estate notes must be able to rely on their status as holders in due course of negotiable instruments with power to take the instruments free of any adverse claim. Without this assurance, the markets will be in a state of constant uncertainty. Specious claims based on bogus assignments recorded by fraudulent originators will seriously undercut the liquidity of mortgage loans and compromise the secondary markets. Taking possession of a negotiable instrument as a holder in due course is the gold standard of marketability of the loan that is evidenced by the instrument. So, under the circumstances we have right here, what we're looking at is like three things right here. Number one, she really didn't read that properly. That was way off. You know what I'm saying? She did good. You know, she's trying to learn, but she's trying to package it up. Number two is that negotiable instruments actually has been around prior to 1933. Bills of exchange as well. So, number three, how do I say this? We deal with them every day. So, under the circumstances, you don't have to make it up. They're sending them to you damn near every day. You just need to know how to control it, or at least be on equal footing, meeting of the minds, in order to make it a contractual, right? A contractual. I'm gonna end it off on this one, Derek. Hold on. A contractual obligation. A contractual commitment. I said obligation. Right? A contractual commitment. If you don't do that, it is strictly just a promissory note that you endorse with no instructions. All right. All right. Links in the chat. What's going on, D? D Nice. What's going on with you, brother?
Oh shit. Hold on. What up? What up?
What it do?
No, I was just listening to your information, and you spark a lot of different questions. But I guess in a nutshell, nigga, everything we learn is some bullshit. The whole man, it really make me go like, nigga, I learned all this shit in school, nigga, through junior college, high school, some college, and it was all just bullshit.
Yeah, pretty much in a nutshell. They did a number.
Because you gotta think, like if we knew this shit in our 20s and knew what we were supposed to do in our 20s.
Yeah, it'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Yeah, it'd be crazy.
Nigga, do you know how they wouldn't even understand? Like, you know how militant we was, and
right. Niggas wouldn't even know what time. Boy, I tell you. I don't think this is what some of these young people don't understand. Like, we was really on 10. You know what I'm saying? A day. And we really wasn't funking with each other like that. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm just saying like
we
okay.
was funking with them other people. Yeah,
like economically, we'd have been savages. Cause we already knew how to hustle and make money. But then if we'd understood, like, nigga, this our shit, this our monopoly game for us. And it's set up a certain way for us to play this game. Not the way that we being taught. It's a whole nother way that we supposed to play. And this is what we're learning now.
Yeah, keep going, Derek. I'm about to go get some ice.
No, you good. But that's my theory on it, considering that I'm an older man, or even middle-aged. I don't even know what the fuck you call it no more. So, but think about like, because how you broke it down, you're basically saying that somehow, some way, we as individual people have something that the government is using, and they're using it against your own individual self.
Right. Right. So that was decent. That was decent. You pretty much did you catch where I was going with it?
No, I mean I just explained how you explained it is what I just said. That's how I got it. Like we as individual people, all of us have something. The government knows what it is, and they're using that against the individual and charging them for it, basically.
Well,
because basically what you're saying is, okay, when you sign for a house at $300,000, that deal was final when you signed it. Now, they just took and flipped it and said you approved it a loan with interest. It's a whole nother transaction.
Yep. Beautiful game, ain't it? That's the Dipsy do.
No, okay. Do you know how many people in the world, right, could really formulate that in their head? Like logically, like, hey, wait a minute, what? So when I bought a car, you telling me when I signed the paperwork, the deal was final?
Yep.
Yeah. So wait a minute, how the fuck they tell me that I just approved for a loan? That's a whole nother transaction. So when you sign for that, you sign for another transaction.
Yeah. I mean, but none of your business. It's not illegal.
No, you
The
just said it
the legal part, the illegal part is is failure to disclose the full spectrum of what we're getting ourselves into. That's the consumer part of it. That's the consumer.
Well,
That's the illegal part. You know what I'm saying?
right.
That's a misrepresentation.
What's illegal is you didn't actually withhold all the information according to this here particular transaction.
Right.
See, they didn't never let you know that, okay, when you signed for it, that was the end of it. They got you thinking through school that when you sign for it, that's when it begins.
Right. So the Bills of Exchange Act was pre-1933. That's been in existence already. So they were still operating.
Okay.
They had to figure out how to get us involved. See, that was their checkmate right there. How to get us involved in that shit. How to accept their or get in their type of contractual commitments under the Bills of Exchange Act. Because we wasn't doing bills of exchange, we was dealing straight in gold. We was dealing straight in straight commodities and gold and substance. We wasn't dealing in no fiction.
No, see, you got to understand the Bills of Exchange Act in 1893, right? Look at that, like with the United States dollar is consolidating in all gold and silver bills, silver notes.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Shit worth $5, silver notes. $10 silver notes. When you get to like 20, 50, 100, 50, 100, 1,000, 10,000, they even had $100,000 notes.
Yep.
Right? But now that's by, when you got to those increments, that's by gold. Those were gold certificate notes. Silver certificate notes was shit that ran every day, like through the streets, like through regular transactions. But they consolidated the economy of the United States down to silver and gold certificate notes. That's why they invented the central bank. That's what that did. So when they consolidated down to silver and gold certificate notes, we're already in the system. We are part of the system. We are part of the economy, the whole economy. So they never changed how we did business. They just changed the money that circulated. And since it was all based on gold, we didn't have a problem with that. That's not a problem.
Right.
But we didn't realize that, okay, once you change it to gold and silver certificate notes of one currency throughout the nation, now, boom, through the central bank, nigga, they got a trap on you. Because now everything you do is regulated or certified. If it's not, then you can't get the money you're supposed to get for it. That's why segregation. So they can put all the white people in the, licensed and certified positions so they can X out the motherfucking black people at the same time. All this is going on through that economy. But it's going on for that reason. So these separations can make financial difference. But we never knew that our whole history is based on these gold and silver certificate notes. And we have the most of them actually once they made the transaction from that to Federal Reserve notes. And that's real history. That's not like some conspiracy theory. That's really what happened to the economy.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay,
So in a
so
nutshell, I'm saying when you say credits, that's basically what your account is to the Treasury, but it's based on gold and silver certificate notes.
all right,
And
so
that account yields a profit forever because it's based on gold and silver. Like you got to think about it. One of those notes in 1933 is based off of $20,
uh-huh.
right? One
Uh-huh.
gold certificate, right? A $20 note. That's $20, right?
Right. Mhm.
Based in gold, right? All right. Now that same $20 note today, think about what it's worth in gold.
Well,
Because that's basically based on what, a gram? Or is it 5 grams? What would $20 multiply into an ounce?
oh,
Because
give
no,
me.
wait, no. And I think $20 was an ounce of gold. Right? Am I basic? I think that's right. Because when after 33, it went to $35 an ounce. But it was always based on like $20 because there were $20 gold pieces. I remember that. Minted. So that same $20 gold piece in gold value, what it stands today is in what, nigga? What's an ounce of gold go for? So now you got to look at those notes the same way you would look at that gold value because that's what these notes are. Now these notes are held in their own account because they're not a part of the fractional banking that the United States has to do. These accounts are whole accounts, like land. It would have to be like real shit, like land, minerals. You know what I'm saying? Real stocks and bonds. It would have to be aligned in the account of the United States of America as a whole line. Or like a bottom line. You feel what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Because these commodities back then, before 1933, was based on whole money. You had to have that.
Right.
Where today, shit's based on credit. You ain't got to necessarily have that to be that. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a gang of motherfuckers saying, "Oh, I'm a billionaire." Well, you really ain't. I mean, on paper you are, but But back then, nigga, you was worth $1 billion, nigga. They could show you. Like here's the sheets, nigga. You go to paperwork, nigga, number by number.
Right.
So that's the part where they say that it was all like some bullshit and they made it better. Like, nah, nigga, that was some way out shit, balling ass shit that you just funneled into a system where you could control it. That's the bottom line.
Right. Now your business.
You wouldn't owe nobody because
Now,
this is from some shit that don't owe shit.
Right. Now your business.
1933, my nigga. All this shit that we do today, they was doing back then. The only thing we ain't doing, they wasn't doing back then is you could say what, the internet?
Right. Now your business say that she said it's not illegal, but it is unlawful. Yeah. Technically, I can't agree with that either. Because if it is unlawful, I say, okay, well, if it is, since we up here, what would be the unlawful part versus it not be okay? So it's not illegal, but it's unlawful. What part would be the unlawful part?
The moral part.
The what?
The moral part, the fact that you would come here, you would lie to the people that are from here about what they have.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's if that's not fucking unlawful, illegal, just as downright immoral.
Well, you're right though, because unlawful deals with morality. So it does, by definition, it talks about morals. You know, like you know what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? That's morals. But you're doing it anyway. You know it's going to cause an injury, but you do it anyway.
Like think about, okay, with all the information out in the last, let's say since 2000, right? No, fuck it. We'll go back just 6 years. Let's go back to 2020. Everybody remember 2020. So now 2020 till now, with all the information about Black people and what the fuck really happened around here on the internet, as true information, like you can go find this shit today. They still got people saying we from Africa and slaves, and think about that.
Yeah.
So this ain't an ongoing motherfucking crime. Somebody's holding up this crime because everybody seems, all the young people seem to understand that, wait a minute, my grandmama never said nothing about no Africa. Matter of fact, my people ain't never said nothing about no slavery.
Right. So,
So niggas that's from here understand that story. It's the motherfuckers that look like us that ain't from here that keep saying the story, and we looking at them like, okay, you're not from here, so nigga, that's all you know. But we grew up here. We got ancestral lines here, so we don't even understand what. That's a story we learned in school, nigga. We grown now.
Right.
So now to see other adults that look like you from somewhere else saying the same shit you learned in the 3rd grade, and you're looking at them like, look, okay, we're beyond the story. All right, here's the legitimate evidence. And they're still like, nah, nigga, what we learned from what? Okay, so why are you here? So now you're here, you're telling me you're here to interfere with my economics. And what? From there, nigga, I ain't got no motherfucking love for you at all. Right. Am I wrong for that?
No. That's the only way it can be. Yeah.
So my ancestors been looking at me going, all right, boy, I see your heart. Something about something ain't right in the water. And here's some clues. And that's why I have so many questions, because the clues be crazy. Like, okay, in 1933, if they did have a gold confiscation, who the fuck gold? Whose gold was it? Because you're saying that if all white people in the Great Depression, who the fuck got some money? And we talking about thousands of tons of gold. Nigga, one motherfucker just don't have that. That's an accumulation of a gang of people throughout a whole land. And they say they ordered this shit from banks across the nation to add up and weigh to equivalent to an amount. So they ordered these people's private accounts. So who are these people? Because you're auditing wealth. You're not auditing some shit that look like some money, nigga. You auditing money that Cause see, back before this old new shit that we know about, nigga, banks had to have the money.
Yeah, had to be.
If your account said, nigga, you got 2 million in gold, nigga, you had to have that in that bank.
Mm-hmm. Now, old dudes say that the currency isn't backed by gold anymore. The humans got rid of that a long time ago. Now, what I would say is that old dude, that if that's the case, then there is no Constitution. Constitution gone. And we just, I just say this system in America is operating on straight anarchy.
No.
Piracy.
It's
I would say
hard
piracy. On top of that.
This shit is operating on a
Oh.
$1.8 trillion a year consent, nigga. That's how it's survived. That's why it's running on a deficit, because it's only bringing in like the one. All the rest of this shit go out to different scams and all that. They don't never come back to the motherfucker creating the money. The actual money that's going into the pot, these people that's creating it, this money ain't coming back out to them. It's going everywhere else. $1.8 trillion a year. You know what that look like?
I'm listening.
Those people not getting no get back. And that's the only people accumulating real assets and real funds. That's tax deductible. But now they're not getting any of the kickbacks that come back from all the accounts. They're not getting none of the motherfucking, federal revenue that's for these accounts and all this shit. It's all going other places. That's going out of the country, wherever the fuck, in somebody's pocket. But at the same time, the $1.8 trillion don't even know that, okay, first of all, you ain't even supposed to be playing this game. Y'all are supposed to be creating that $1.8 trillion a year, exchanging currency as a revenue nationally. No one can fuck with it. No one can touch it. If you don't want them to touch it, that's your money. Come out of your accounts. You can deal with it as you want.
Right.
Now, if you understand you can operate on that, then you can understand that, okay, everything y'all bring in over there on y'all side, nigga, we get a third. Off the top, nigga.
Right.
And as federal people, we're in a federal jurisdiction. What does that mean? That we don't have states. Our states' rights are under the Constitution, but we are federally we have jurisdiction federally like this. We're exempt like a senator or a congressman. To be honest, legally.
Now, what's getting me is the 28 USC 3002 definition of a person. As we connected it to the other one. So you have a person, but it says not limited to an individual Indian. So in the person's definition, what it's saying is what an individual is, they're actually saying that the Indian is the individual in those definitions.
Yes, that's why individuals first. That's why it says individual.
Okay, cool. All right. I just want people to get that because it says not limited to what, not limited to. means
No.
that. So not limited to means the individual is the Indian by through the United States definitions of person. So if an Indian comes in, that definition will be an individual, right? It'll be an individual. All right, that's what the Indian is. The Indian doesn't have to do anything but be that individual. Does not have to create nothing else based on it already having treaties and trusts already set up. Got it?
Well, the individual dates back before 1871. The individual dates back to 1865. That's why they made what they made, like the whole birthright citizenship. That's what made the individual. That's why it's all under federal jurisdiction from then on.
Let me see how you gonna make this make. You gonna try to make this make sense? It don't make sense to me yet. It's the first time I actually paid attention to that individual and the Indian not limited to. So not limited to there means that the individual was initially for the Indian within the continental United States. So when an Indian
Exactly. From 1865 on till today.
All right.
That's why do you think it says at the bottom of the 14th Amendment, Indian not taxed, Indian exempt from all this?
Okay, so why?
Never changed.
Okay, so that means that people need to understand that they're filing the wrong shit. If you filing tax returns, you're filing the wrong shit.
You're operating as them and not you, economically.
Okay.
See,
you know why I'm doing this? I'm getting some ideas, right?
Okay.
I'm getting some
How much of those
ideas.
credits do you think the government? Okay, how much of those credits do you think will be in your name?
Oh no.
Exactly.
But what I can say, what I've done, I've seen a lot. I don't know if it's everything. I've seen a lot.
No. Look,
I did my research. I've seen a lot.
The whole game is for our people to never know that they have something.
Okay.
This all starts your life with something.
This is where we're gonna get to the hammers. Telling you, I ain't even. I'm on the surface right now. I ain't even. Look, I'm on the surface right now. That's all I'm doing.
These two documents that we call birth certificates and social security numbers are tied monetarily to something. And we're all tied to it as individuals. And the only people that have it as a whole people is us.
Yeah.
When all this shit going down, these motherfuckers just getting here. You got to think about it. Somebody locked the motherfucking refrigerator door, nigga. Yeah. Somebody seen them coming like, oh, okay, y'all playing games. Y'all bullshitting. Huh. Now, whatever you write beyond that, that's separate from what we got going on.
Right. So look at it like this. Right. Look at it like this. And I got Odu's thing up there. Look at it like this, dude. I've been saying this shit for a long time, but people disagree with me. I said the Constitution been dead. I said on the light realm, dude, that it's suspended. They suspended it. You know what I'm saying? So at this point in time, the Constitution is not in full effect. It cannot be in full effect when they talking about democracy and they're talking about all these other things, right? But they're not talking about constitutional republic talk. has to be suspended. There's no way that you could pay a debt by constitutional money, what they consider to be money. You can't pay it. It's against public policy. So if it's against public policy and we're fully engulfed in the policy, because this is why I tell people, go and try to get any loan or credits and say you're not a United States citizen. Watch what happens. Go ahead. Go ahead, Derek.
No, I mean, that ain't supposed to happen no way.
But try it, though. Just shits and giggles. Try it. Try getting a loan saying you're not a United States citizen. Watch what they do.
I don't, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't do loans. Never did. I ain't never did loans in the street. The whole principle of loans is fucked up.
But there's a lot of people that do. But I'm just saying,
I mean,
there's people that's still functioning, right? Like that.
But
they function
okay,
in that realm for shits and giggles. Try it. And you could do a quick one online. You get to the point to do this, do that. They say, are you United States citizens? Say no. Watch what happens. That's all I'm saying, is throw it out there just for shits and giggles.
Well, to me, which one hold more power? The U.S. Constitution or the Bill of Rights?
Bill of Rights.
Right. Americans live by the Bill of Rights.
Right.
U.S.
American
citizens live by the Constitution.
Yeah, American jurisprudence.
That's the whole difference between us and them. Y'all live under a constitution. We live under the Bill of Rights. We're not in your jurisdiction. We're above it.
The cold thing about it is that these people that just got over here think that the Constitution applied to them. They even think the Constitution, and not just the Bill of Rights, they think that applies to them. They think the Constitution applies to them. It does not. The acts do. All of these acts apply to them.
But that's why they got a whole problem with the birthright citizenship. Because what they really did expose is the whole Democratic Party for the last 50 years have been going against black people.
And I think that's
how all the people got here.
And I think that's what the Trump administration, let me just say that, not the Trump administration, but this current administration and all the declassifications that Trump did in his first office was doing. We're going to declass everything. That's what he said. That turned boy, I tell you, that did not turn their cheeks red. They was hot. They was like, oh shit, you about to reveal everything. Yep, I'm about to do that. Sure did. I'm gonna pull this thing up. I'm about to find this. Go ahead. I'm about to find this real quick. Let me find this. I'm gonna find this one. I am going to find this one because the cold thing about it was he declassed everything. And I say everything is everything. That's why you see everything on TikTok. And this is what this one sister, man, fine one too. She brought up some shit talking about how TikTok is now controlled by the United States. It was controlled by China, but if people was paying attention, Trump did say that he was going to take over it. That's what he was going to do. Now, the other thing was that dealing with that information, what she said was how she said. She's saying that actually that these the United States is actually going to be taking and monitoring people's information and controlling it or whatever. But see, that's fear mongering to me, because you can read the fine print. You can read the fine print and you could check off the boxes where it's violating your constitution. You could do this and do that. And you can actually, I mean, not you, but, TikTok say, no, you ain't got control of that. So let me, but this declassification, this is what everything going out. And the one thing he always talks about is this is a humanitarian thing, and this is global. It just ain't got nothing to do with just the United States. This is a global thing that's going on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
You see what they doing in England? All over France and shit, nigga, knocking down all them motherfucking light poles with cameras on them. Nigga, these niggas coming down, sawing them down. Niggas, bow, leaving them on the ground. All throughout the country. Look it up. This shit is, I'm like, see, motherfuckers just ain't going forward no more. Now, when niggas say, oh, okay, this chess, not checkers. Okay, cool. Yo, move. Okay, look, this is how we about to move, y'all. We can exchange money. What does that mean? That means there's money in your name that you can take control of and turn it into what you call Federal Reserve notes, and you are actually creating revenue for the nation. So us as a group of people of 50 million, 100 million, who knows how many niggas it is, really. If you all exchange funds, basically, which is the exchange of bills of exchange act, that's basically the bottom line of it. The only way to pay the debt is to actually have these people exchange these gold certificates that's in these accounts for Federal Reserve notes. Why? Because these actual motherfucking gold certificates is worth a gang of money. So every one they print, nigga, it's gonna print a gang of these. Even way you don't even understand. But it's legitimate nationwide income.
Yeah.
The one thing you do know about these people, they're not about to send the money nowhere. All this money that they would get, nigga, no matter how much it is, it's staying right here. Some of it might go to Tahiti for a week. Some of it might go to, but it's coming back. They right here, nigga.
Yep.
We got too much rural land around this motherfuckers for these niggas not to get creative.
Yep. Let me get this off real quick.
Build shit. These niggas can build whole cities. Name another group of people that can do that. Realistically, on a whole economy scale, niggas can do that. We can actually say, nigga, we only want niggas for construction. And 60,000 niggas is gonna show up. Like, well, what you do? Nigga, this, what you do this. God damn, so we can do everything. Yeah, all we need is the equipment. Okay, cool. Oh, I know somebody. Oh, there you go. We own it popping.
I'm about to play this real quick. Let's get it.
But we may not have an agreement today. We probably won't. But we have an agreement on other things that are really good. Nancy, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to meet with you so that we can work together in a bipartisan way to meet the needs of the American people. I think the American people recognize that we must keep government open, that a shutdown is not worth anything, and that you should not have a Trump shutdown. You have the White House, the Trump shutdown. You have the White House, you have the Senate, You have the House of Representatives. You have the votes. You should pass it
No, we
right
don't have
now.
the votes, Nancy, because in the Senate, we need 60
No, no,
votes.
but in the House.
And we don't
You
have.
could bring it up right now.
Yeah, but I
today.
can't, excuse me, but I can't get it passed in the House if it's not going to pass in the Senate. I don't want to waste time.
Well, the fact is, you can get it started that way.
The
And-
House, we can get passed very easily,
Okay,
and we
then do
do.
it. Then
But
do
the
it.
problem is the Senate, because we need 10 Democrats to vote,
No,
and
no, that's
they
not
won't
the
vote.
point, Mr. Cousin. The point is that there are equities to be weighed. And we're here to have a conversation in a
Correct.
prayerful way. So I don't think we should have a debate in front of the press on this. But the fact is, the House Republicans could bring up this bill, if they had the votes, immediately and set the tone for what you want.
If we thought we were going to get it passed in the Senate, Nancy, we would do it immediately. We'd get it passed very easily in the House.
No, that's
We
not-
would get it, Nancy, I'd have it passed in 2 seconds. It doesn't matter, though, because we can't get it passed in the Senate because we need 10 Democrat votes.
Well,
That's the problem.
again, let us have our conversation, then we
That's
can
right.
meet with the press again. But the fact is that
You see, this whole time, she's focused on what the press is saying. She's trying to keep the conversation private, but she is a public representative. She's a public servant. But she want to keep this, well, we shouldn't be having this conversation. And then we'll come back and have the conversation with the press. Watch this, though.
legislating, which is what we do.
Right.
You begin, you make your point, you state your case. That's what the House Republicans could do if they had the votes. But there are no votes in the House, a majority of votes, for a wall, no matter where you start.
Exactly right. You don't have.
If I needed the votes for the wall in the House, I would have them in one session,
Well, then
would
go
be
do it.
done.
Go do it.
It doesn't help because we need 10 Democrats in
No,
the
don't
Senate.
put it on the Senate. Put it on,
course.
put it on the negotiation.
Okay, let me ask you this, and we're doing this in a very friendly manner. It doesn't help for me to take a vote in the House where I will win easily with the Republicans.
You will not win.
It doesn't help to take that vote because I'm not going to get the vote
Don't put
of
it
the
on
Senate. I need
Mr.
10
President.
senators. That's the
Mr.
problem.
President, you have the White House, you have the Senate.
I have the
you
White House. The White
of
House is done, and the House would give me the vote if I wanted it. But I can't because
you
I need,
can't-
Nancy, I need 10
can't.
votes from Chuck.
Now,
All right, let me
Mr.
say
President,
something here.
Let me just say one
Go ahead.
thing. The fact is, you do not have the votes in the House.
Nancy, I do. And we need
Well,
border
let's take the
security.
vote, we'll
Nancy,
find out.
Nancy, we need border security. It's very simple.
Of course we do.
We need border security.
do.
People are pouring into our country, including terrorists. We have terrorists. We caught 10 terrorists over the last very short period of time. 10. These are very serious people. Our border agents, all of our law enforcement has been incredible what they've done. But we caught 10 terrorists. These are people that we're looking to do.
Yeah, if the people ain't this for the people. Pelosi at this time, she was the head of the House. She's in San Francisco. Schumer is the head of on the Senate side. He's in New York. So even though they had more, the Republicans had more people in there, Schumer and Pelosi, being Democrats, still controlled the House, still controlled Congress. This is what I'm saying. But let's
But
keep
all
on.
this shit,
Harm.
all
We
this
need the
shit
wall.
is
We need,
reason why-
more
hold on.
important than anything, we need border.
No, I just want to say all this shit is the reason why that whole senator change in 1913. I understand why they did it. So they
Yeah.
gain control of the government.
So they can control
Because
the
through the
borders.
Yeah,
They
how
can
you
gain
elect
control of the borders.
how you elect the senators, niggas, how you control the government. Because like the president said, I still can't do shit. Even though I got my side, I
Yeah, I
still
still
do
can't
shit
get it
without
done.
10 of y'all. I can't do shit without 10 of y'all. I might get 6. But
Right.
you gonna make sure that I don't get the other 4, you bitch.
Yeah, exactly. Look, he was exposing their ass. He was letting it know.
Don't act
She was
like
like, wait a minute. Let's talk about this in the back. No, we about to talk about it right now. Right here. Put her on, he's putting her on Front Street. You still there?
These motherfuckers should have been gone, bro. Think about how long they've been in the Senate. They've been in the Senate so they can stay in control. So they can, you know what I'm saying? They get kickbacks and they make policies. They pass what needs to go, what best benefits them and they people,
Man.
and they keep us out. You can't
Man.
vote for a seat that ain't up for grabs.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, and I know this is a issue, right? Because we're dealing with the same people, the colors, and all that type of stuff. But this right here, when I had this since 2019. This was done in 2019 before he got up out of there. And this is what he was talking about. But let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Security, of which the wall is just a piece, but it's important. Chuck, did you want to say something?
Yeah, here's what I want to say. We have a lot of disagreements here. The Washington Post today gave you a whole lot of Pinocchios because they say you constantly misstate how much the wall is built, how much of the wall is built, and how much is there. But that's not the point here. We have a disagreement about the wall, whether it's effective or not. Not on border security, but on the wall. We do not want to shut down the government. You have called 20 times to shut down the government. You say, I want to shut down the government. We don't. We want to come to an agreement. If we can't come to an agreement, we have solutions that will pass the House and Senate right now and will not shut down the government. And that's what we're urging you to do. Not threaten to shut down the government because
Now, this dude today, right? Isn't this the same guy that is trying to shut down the government? This is the same guy that's trying to shut down the government right now. But he's doing this. This is front right here. This is all acting right here. He know you got the cameras on him, the people taking pictures and recording. So he got to say, we don't want to do it. We don't want to shut down the government. Watch this. Watch this.
Finish because you can't get your. That's what we're urging you to do. Not threaten to shut down the government because you. Let me just finish because you can't get your way.
The last time you shut it down, you got killed.
Let me say something, Mr. President. You just say my way or we'll shut down the government. We have a proposal that Democrats and Republicans will support to do a CR that will not shut down the government. We urge you to take it.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It is very good border security.
And if it's not good border security, I won't take it.
It's what the
Because when you look at these numbers of the effectiveness of our border security, and when you look at the job that we're doing
you
with our
just said it is
military-
effective.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, you just said it's
Without a
effective.
wall, these are only areas where you have the walls.
We want to do
Where
this.
you have walls, Chuck, it's effective. Where you don't have walls, it is not effective.
Yeah.
Let's call a halt to this. We've come in here as the first branch of government.
Yeah.
Hey,
I finally realized why all the big companies.
Hey, John. All right, you say you got this in 2019? Right? This from 2019 or is this recent? Mic check.
Yeah, this is 2019. I was on mute. This 2019. Now, real quick, before you do that, right? Wait. Let me clear something up with the ties, right? Right. So Trump is a Democrat. He's always been a Democrat. He ran Republican based on the fact that he said the Democrats then went Looney Tunes. So he went Republican. He's still a Democrat. He's about business, though. He's what you consider to be the old school conservative Democrats like Kennedy and all them people. He go with them values, but he is a Democrat, believe me. And he has his own ideas, being that he is a first descendant, a first generation immigrant, on what the people came over here for: freedom from oppression, communism, all that stuff. So just so you guys can get it straight, you know what I'm saying? So you can understand. It's not really, he's letting you know who he is. He rarely wears a red tie. You know what I'm saying? But he is a Democrat. Go ahead, D.
No, I mean, I feel you. I just know as a businessman, if you look at this country and do business, you got to look at the Negro and exchanging money. If let's just hypothetically say
Trump understands that. This is what I'm saying. Trump understands
okay.
the
So now,
foundation of what the United States of America was created for. And what they were doing, they were stopping them. And this is what you were saying about the switcheroo, was for the simple fact is they can control the borders and bring any and everybody up in and out of here to fight the American people, period, point blank, and be able to distort the whole government system as it was supposed to be created. We agree on that. This is where we agree on. When you first came out and said that shit a while back on Smoke Channel, I was like, oh yeah, fucking with him, because you got that part. This is what the whole issue has been. This is why the whole switcheroo happened, is for them to be able to control the borders and bring allies in to fight against the American people. Now we know who the American people are.
Yeah. You got to think, okay, the only reason I can show you legitimately is because before 65, it was white people against us. We call them white, but now it was actually Italians, Germans, French, British, and I can keep going. All them different accumulation of people all come here and become white as a group of people. So they get a gang of them, they get to running every shit, everything is licensed and certified, they can put all their people in place. Okay, boom, now after 65, here come all the people of color. None of these motherfuckers economically looking to help us. They all looking to take from us, because that's the game.
Right. Now you look at, and this is what's been coming out about the German Holocaust thing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things coming out about that. They're like, oh, they remixed it. Right. A whole different remix going on. So that's what I'm talking about. But none of your business. I understand you don't like none of them. Cool. We don't either. But what we're saying is the birthright citizenship and these people that had come over here had to get a full understanding of the United States government and what it took to be a United States citizen, and also what it took to stay here. So they understand American history very well. It's dinner table talk for them. It's dinner table talk. It's not dinner table talk for us because it was something that we wasn't involved in. We're catching up. You know what I'm saying? To what they're going on, because they have fully immersed us into this system, right? By hook and crook, right? We get that. I agree. But now that we know, and under the circumstances, I tripped over this shit and started learning this stuff in school, and then took it a step further, that I can actually make it make sense. So that way you don't have to be so-called angry. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to be so pent up about it. You can actually take that energy and be like, okay, all right, servant, do your job. That's how I am. Servant, do your job. Go ahead and correct that, because they have different factions within themselves. That's the Civil War issue they got going on. That's this Republican, Democrat, libertarian, liberal type shit they got going. That's all between them, and they all come from somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? But now we just got to put it in a place where they can come serve the people. Yep. Isness. What's going on, sis?
Hey, peace. Hey, peace, Aton. Hey, peace, everybody. Hey, peace, Derek.
How you doing?
Okay. Hey, how are you? So it looks like these particular groups of people are fighting for who is going to be basically the overseer. Because if you listen to Paula White, because it sounds like, you guys were talking about the purple tie earlier, and you said he's a Democrat. And these people really are kind of fighting for power to overtake the American. Because if you listen to Paula White, what does she say? She's calling in reinforcements from Africa and from South America. Do you remember her saying that?
Yep.
She's like, I'm calling in reinforcements. But she did like a chant. Like she wants them to come. And if you notice, since she's done that, all of a sudden online, you have all these African people talking about the quote unquote Negro, the black folks. Ever since then, you got Hispanics like, I don't care. I can call you in, you got Fat Joe coming out. I can call you a N-word if I want to. And you seen this uptick in public disdain for the American people. So I just think that this civil war that you're talking about is they're just fighting amongst each other who's going to be the overseer. And like you said, is that we need to put it back in its proper perspective because they're not our overseer, they're the servants.
Clip
And
that.
they,
I got to tell AI, clip that. Yeah. Judge, that's the key. That's the key, right? You got these people that been spooks like Fat Joe and you know what I'm saying? The rest of these cats that been sitting there spooks, learning the thing. What's old boy in Detroit? 8 Mile guy. You know what I'm saying? Just sitting up on the niggas, and soaking up the game, practicing, getting it right as the robots they are, and changing the whole perspective of it, and then shitting on them. And then by that time, they didn't got that much more bigger. They understand the process. They understand how the government works. It works in their favor because they could speak a whole different type of language. And then next thing you know, the one that the teacher then becomes, or the master then becomes the servant. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, bars. That was bars, isn't it? Go ahead.
well, that's just what I wanted to say. I just wanted to remind you of when Paula White said that. It was like, I'm like, what is she doing? And she was bringing in reinforcements. She was calling in reinforcements. And we have all these people here that are here to, and now they're just kind of springing up against us. Everybody's like, wait. When did the African become this aggressive? We remember Africans kind of being a little bit greedy, but to the point where they go to our historical sites and they're like, it was you then, but it's us now. That's nuts.
Right.
They're at okay, go on.
You got to understand, as far as my life goes, I've never seen this before. And where this cracks the shell is, foundational Black American cracks the foundation for the simple fact that, okay, you put yourself here. So that means you know half of the information. Now, when you figure out the other half, and when you understand what that means and the monetary value behind it, game over. Because the one thing niggas do talk shit and will riot about is their money. Nigga, you can owe a nigga $20,000, nigga. He coming to get that shit. When niggas realize that, wait a minute, nigga, we in the trillions, the hundreds of trillions. We want that. Hey, everything stop, nigga. Don't nobody do nothing. Nobody move. Throughout the whole country, everybody stand still, nigga, until we get our bread. Now, what's going on?
Business.
This is the wealthiest country in the world. The question is, no one can actually tell me who holds the wealth. Biggest secret in the world.
Business, anything? That was for you. That wasn't for me.
I mean, he is right. We do have to just take our proper place. So, I agree.
All right, I'm gonna play the rest of this.
First branch of government, Article 1, the legislative branch. We're coming in good faith to negotiate with you about how we can keep the government
open.
We're going to keep it open if we have border security. If we don't have border security, Chuck,
I'm with you.
we're not going to keep it open.
I'm with you. We are going to have border security.
And it's the same border. You're bragging about what has been done.
By us.
We want to do the same thing we did last year, this year. That's our proposal. If it's good then, it's good now, and it won't shut down the government.
Chuck, we can build a
But that's
much
it.
bigger
Let's
section
debate.
with more money.
Let's debate in private. Okay? Yeah. Let's debate in private.
That is devoid, frankly, of fact, and we can.
We need
dispel
border
that.
security. I think we all agree that we need border security.
Yes,
Is that
we
right?
do.
Good.
We do.
See, we get along. Thank you, everybody.
You say border security and the wall. Can you have border security without the wall?
You need the wall. The wall is a part of border security.
What it means to have border security.
Yeah, we need border security. The wall is a part of border security. You can't have very good border security without the wall. No.
That's really not true.
Just
That is a political promise. Border security is a way to effectively honor our
And
responsibility.
the experts say you can do border security without a wall, which is wasteful and doesn't solve the problem.
It totally solves
But
the
I don't wanna
problem.
take this-
And it's very
unfortunately,
important.
This has spiraled downward when we came at a
Next
place
time.
to say, how do we meet the needs of the American people?
Pause that right there. Pause that. Aton, you my age, right?
Yeah.
You in your 50s? All right.
Yep.
You was raised in California?
Yep.
What defeats a wall?
What defeats a wall?
What defeats a
tunnel.
wall? Exactly. And if you from California, we know these tunnels been in existence for the last 35 years of our motherfucking life.
That was quick, isn't it? She said a tunnel. We saw that on Fast and Furious, right?
Man, come on now. And you got to think about it. When that came out, nigga, we knew about the tunnels, nigga, for a good 10, 15 years.
Right. Right. You know, they found them tunnels up in Palisades. They found tunnels all
Nigga, they
over
had
the
a
place.
tunnel, nigga, that came up to a motherfucking KFC, nigga, that they own.
Shit, they found tunnels allegedly. And old boy that played in Enemy of the State with Will Smith found a tunnel up under there. Found a tunnel with so-called Harpo. I say her name the other way. Harpo.
That's why, like, half of this shit I be hearing, you be like, man, come on, man. What the fuck you need a wall for? When they've been having tunnels, nigga, for 30 years, nigga. Nigga, these is elaborate tunnels. Nigga, these tunnels probably got electricity. Nigga, concreted in, nigga, with sofas, nigga, so you can rest on the way, nigga, all that.
Right.
Nigga, these tunnels been there, nigga.
Yeah. Yeah. For real.
And that's from, like, you got to think, as long as the wall is, nigga, it's tunnels all throughout there where that wall is.
Right. You know, because there's underground cities. Stuff built upon whole cities, all type of navigation routes, man. Yeah.
Like, if you ever been to El Paso?
No, I haven't been to El Paso.
Okay, El Paso, Mexico border, nigga, is like, nigga, on the other side of the freeway.
Yeah, hop, skip, and a jump, yep.
So now, it's a whole city that you can see up on the hill. You don't think it's a tunnel, nigga, that go from that city, nigga, up under this freeway to one of these houses in El Paso? Nigga, you got to be out your motherfucking mind. Nigga, I was born at night, but it sure wasn't last night.
Right.
If they could build a tunnel that a car can drive through, which we seen on Fast and Furious. You don't think, nigga, they could build a tunnel, nigga, between, nigga, a good half a motherfucking mile away?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man, stop it.
The economy has, people are losing their jobs, the market's in a mood. Our members are already.
Well, we have the lowest unemployment that we've had in 50 years.
60 people of the Republican Party have are losing their offices now because of the transition. People are not, the morale.
And we've gained
is
in the
not
Senate.
up.
Nancy,
The
we've
morale-
gained in the Senate. Excuse me, did we win the Senate? We won the Senate.
When the president brags that he won North Dakota and Indiana, he's in real trouble.
When
I did.
Let me say this.
We did win
Let me say this.
North Dakota
This
and
is the
Indiana.
most unfortunate thing. We came in here.
See, this was a Trump that wasn't seasoned like he is now. See, he was still kind of fresh, not understanding, you know what I'm saying? He don't understand that Schumer and Pelosi is playing this dude. Like, he's not understanding the diplomacy of the conversation. They're moving him over into the votes and all that stuff. Man, we talking about the border. Stay there.
Okay, so basically, in a nutshell, this motherfucker come online and go, make America great again. But actually, nobody really understood what the fuck that means.
Right.
Because in his eyes, when he was little, nigga, America was great than a motherfucker. But what he does know, since he was there, niggas was running shit.
Right. All right, let's get through this.
Here in good faith, and we're entering into this kind of a discussion in the public view.
But it's not bad, Nancy.
No.
It's called transparency.
I know, it's not transparency.
There we go. That's what I was waiting on. It's good. It's called transparency. But she's like, you having it in front of the public. He said, nah, it's called transparency. This is what is going on, and they want to hide the conversation and control the conversation. This is the whole thing about Congress right now. Congress controls all the branches. They control the other two. That's why Trump can't move. And even prior to that, we dealing with what happened to the actual indigenous American Indians at that time when they started doing these other acts and in order to circumvent.
How many years can a senator hold his seat?
A president?
No, a senator.
Oh, senator?
Think about it. The senator of the U.S. Congress, how long can they hold that seat?
Forever, as long as they get elected.
Right. So now, who gonna control the government, nigga? If your group don't really never change. Fuck a president, he just there. But us, nigga, we don't want to control all this shit.
Right. Okay.
On Republican side and Democrat side, it don't matter because it's only them that really. Okay, look, we hold the lobbyists. We can control what goes, yays and nays, all that type of shit. But now you got a president that's in there like, you know what? Fuck all that shit. Check it out.
Yeah.
Now I was in here talking with y'all before and trying to make this shit cool. But nigga, after I left, y'all just turned all that shit y'all talked about with me over with Joe Biden and let all these motherfuckers in here.
Yeah, they went.
So
they
now
went.
that I'm back, nigga, I ain't got nothing to say to none of y'all. Fuck y'all.
Win North Dakota
This
and
is the
Indiana.
most unfortunate thing. We came in here in good faith, and we're entering into this kind of a discussion in the public view.
But it's not bad, Nancy.
No.
It's called transparency.
I know, it's not transparency when we're not stipulating to a set of facts and when we want to have a debate with you about saying we confront some of those facts without.
You know
saying to
what?
the
We need
public.
border security.
And she want to talk about debating. That's crazy. In private.
Security. That's what we're going to be talking about, border security. If we don't have border security, we'll shut down the government. This country needs border security.
He said, we don't have border security, we're shutting down the government. And then he said, we're shutting down the government. This is what he said. This is Article 2 now. Let's deal with civics and how the structure is set up here. This is how government is set up. In the national, when there's a national emergency, Article 2 takes over. Congress only has the power of the purse. Bills otherwise. Legislative actions. Judicial branch deals with the interpretation of what is being brought behind a discrepancy between Article 1 and Article 2. This is what you call the separation or the balance of powers. That's government 101. Now, when he said, I am going to shut down the government, if you don't give me those votes, I'm shutting it down. Now, what makes you think that if that happened in 2019, that it didn't actually happen? What makes you think under the War Powers Act and the National Emergency Act, just like in 1933, when they declared that national emergency, when Franklin D. Roosevelt was in office 4 straight times, that it couldn't happen now.
Wall is a part of border security. Let's have a talk. We're going to get the wall built, and we've done a lot of wall already.
How big a part of border security is the wall?
It's a big section. It's a big part of
Is
it.
it everything that you need?
It's a big part of it. We need to have effective border security. We need a wall in certain parts. No, not in all parts, but in certain parts of a 2,000-mile border, we need a wall.
How much money?
AI.
But it's a trip to know, to hear this, right? And to see what happened. Nigga, that shit crazy. And Democrats today wonder why motherfuckers don't trust them. Excuse me.
We are doing it much under budget. We're actually way under budget on the areas that we've renovated and areas that we've built. I would say if we got $5 billion, we could do a tremendous chunk of wall.
Are you willing to accept less, though, and are your guests?
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. Look, we have to have the wall. This isn't a question. This is a national emergency. Drugs are pouring into our country.
Bingo. National emergency.
People with tremendous medical difficulty and medical problems are pouring in, and in many cases, it's contagious. They're pouring into our country. We have to.
Isn't that what happened? They said to us when they had these people coming over here with these blankets and all this yellow fever and all this crazy shit. Come on, man.
To have border security. We have to have a wall as part of border security. And I don't think we really disagree so much. I also know that, Nancy's in a situation where it's not easy for her to talk right now. And I understand that. And I fully understand that. We're going to have a good discussion and we're going to see what happens. But we have to have border security.
Mr. President.
See, let me break this let me translate. When he said it's not easy for her to talk right now, and he understands that means that she don't want to, because she can't have this conversation in the public because she's compromised. She is an ultra vires agent, public official. That's what she is.
Please don't characterize the strength that I bring to this meeting as the leader of the House Democrats. Just one big victory.
Elections happen. And you see her, she's always moving her hands, all that gesture and that conjuring and reaching for something. And she put the hand up to Schumer like, shut up, boy. I run this.
Consequences, Mr. President.
Let me just say.
That's right. And that's why the country is doing so well.
What the president is representing in terms of his cards over there are not factual. We have to have an evidence-based conversation about what does work, what money has been spent, and how effective it is. This is about the security of our country, to take an oath to protect and defend. And we don't want to have that mischaracterized by anyone. And
I agree with that. No, I agree with that.
We are So let us have a conversation where we don't have to contradict in public the statistics that you put forth, but instead can have a conversation about what will really work and what the American people deserve from us at this uncertain time in their lives.
The one thing I think we can agree on is we shouldn't shut down the government over a dispute. And you want to shut it down. You keep talking about
The
it.
last time, Chuck, you shut it down.
No.
And then you opened
20
it up
times.
That's
quickly.
And that's why they don't want to talk. That's why they don't want to talk in the public. He said, no, you shut it down just like he did it again. You see what I'm saying?
20 times.
I don't want to do what you did.
20 times you have called
you
for, I
said
will
that.
shut down
No,
the
you
government
said
if I don't get my wool. None of us have
You want to
said,
know something?
You've said
Okay,
it.
you want to put that on
You
my.
said it.
I'll take it.
Okay, good.
You know what I'll say? Yes. If we don't get what we want, one way or the other, whether it's through you, through a military, through anything you want to call, I will shut down the government.
Okay, fair
Absolutely.
enough.
And
We
I am
disagree.
proud, and I'll
We
tell you what,
disagree.
I am proud to shut down the government for border security, Chuck, because the people of this country don't want criminals and people that have lots of problems and drugs pouring into our country. So I will take the mantle. I will be the one to shut it down. I'm not going to blame you for it. The last time you shut it down, it didn't work. I will take the mantle of shutting down. And I'm going to shut it down for border
But we
security.
believe you shouldn't shut
Okay.
it down.
Thank you very much, everybody.
That
A whole
was
bunch of rich people having a bullshit
That's classic.
conversation.
That was classic.
You gonna fuck that? Because okay, why is this even a conversation? You Chuck Schumer, you should be with the mother. So you don't mind the gang of motherfuckers coming here illegally?
There you go.
What kind of motherfucker is you? How
Well,
about we get you out of office?
You already know Pelosi. But you already know Pelosi. She in San Francisco, so you already know what time it is over there.
They do not mind. I don't know if you remember, they just shut the government down. I think over healthcare. Remember, people wasn't getting their food stamps and stuff. That was over giving those people healthcare. So no, they do not care about shutting this government down. And it is all about those people that they're bringing over here. And then also, they just did another like a defunding of Homeland Security. I think the TSA people couldn't get paid. Remember that? That was
Right.
all over ICE. So these people, that is their primary job, is to fight for those people that are crossing that wall or going to the tunnels.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. That's it right there. So you shut the government down, then that means the people that are trying to stop the people from coming in and trying to get the people out ain't got no money. So that means they'll quit or they'll stop working. And that's the whole trick bag right there, isn't
And
it?
the thing is I would have thought people would get mad. I know it was me. And I worked at TSA at the airport somewhere. And you telling me I can't get paid because y'all don't like ICE? For real, for reals? Like,
Right.
all the police brutality that we went through, didn't nobody say we're going to defund nobody and actually shut the government down. But when it came to those people, they put their money where their mouth was and they shut that particular agency down. And that is this guy that you hear, and Nancy Pelosi and them.
Exactly. Exactly.
To a person trying to make sense of it don't make sense for a whole bunch of motherfuckers that's supposed to be from here in office speaking about some motherfuckers that ain't
I
from here.
remember Nancy Pelosi saying when she first got up there, she said, I'm the first Italian what was she? The head of Senate or something like that. Whatever position she had, she said, I'm the first Italian woman. So she's claiming Italy right there in her statement.
Really?
But that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand, all white people got some kind of ancestry from somewhere else. They the first immigrant.
That's
Nancy
crazy.
Pelosi is only like the second generation immigrant.
I gotta find that. I am going to find that. We'll do it. I'm gonna shut it down, but y'all go ahead and keep going. I'm bookmarking some things. You guys give me some ideas. We could build on that. I haven't seen that.
You got to think, what's the average age of a senator? Nigga, the ones that's really running shit. They all in their 70s and 80s.
Right.
They all second generation. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? Think about it. Your family might have been here 3 generations before then. Them
Right.
motherfuckers all born in the 30s and the 40s and 20s and shit like that. Nigga Trump, when was he born?
He's a couple years younger. He's about, I think he's like a couple years younger than my mama. So he was probably born in like 47, 46, 47, something like that. Yeah, he's almost 80.
And how old is Joe Biden?
Joe Biden like 82, something like that. I think he was born like 43, something like that. Yeah, he's in his 80s.
All them Nancy Pelosi's and all them is all around the same age. Schumer, all them motherfuckers. And they've been in Congress for a long time. Maxine Waters, nigga, that bitch, nigga, she old as motherfucking dust, nigga.
Yeah, she older than dirt. Yeah, she might be like 85, 86 years old.
See what I'm saying? These people know what happened financially to this country and where this shit is all, how it all really works.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to keep a nigga down is to keep him down economically. And the only way to keep him down is, all right, that's how we coming up.
Yeah, old dude. Pelosi, well, they said she retired, but you know what that means. That's code language in my conspiracy theory. Yeah, she retired. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is very retired.
You know what that means, nigga. I'm just in the back room, nigga. I just don't have no office no more, but I'm still in the back room, nigga, with all the meetings, and I know all the people, nigga. I can make a few phone calls, nigga. It's going down.
Well, she got that Swalwell up out of there. I know it has something to do with her. There's
Yeah.
no way that man was in Washington all this time and nobody cared. And as soon as he ran for governor, all of a sudden he's a rapist or, he's a
Mm-hmm.
lurker. So I think that Nancy Pelosi and her peoples has something to do with whoever their favorite is.
Man, one of the largest fraud schemes in the United States is happening in her state.
Yeah.
Right now, California is at $124 billion in fraud.
Yeah.
This her state.
No, wait a minute. No. What'd you say? Hundreds? No, it's 240.
Is it 240 went up some more?
240. They said 3 times the amount. 3 times the 80 billion in Minnesota. 3 times that. 8 times 3, 44, add a zero. Add a zero to that thing. Yeah, 240.
Okay, since y'all bringing it up, you need to talk about how they're making it illegal for you to talk about it. Like, we talk about this conversation that we having right now. They are trying to make that illegal, and if you do talk about it, they can fine you a felony fine for 4,000 and all kind of stuff. Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I seen that shit too. I forgot what it's called. No, the dude is the bill is named after the motherfucker who broke the whole shit open. It's a white boy YouTuber. I can't think of his name, man, but it's his name act. Nigga, yeah, if it passes, like we can't talk about the fraud in California.
You can't talk about the fraud, and so it seems like, oh, it's about him. No, it's about all of us. Like I remember being on Sister Bethy's channel, and she was like, "No, they don't give stuff to those people." And I pulled up the Office of New Americans where they were giving business loans in like our neighborhoods to those people when they come here. They go to an office and they point them in the right direction, right? Now, with this, if that law was in place, I couldn't tell her that. Because they said if you talk about anything that has to do with a migrant or an illegal or something like that, that's against the provision. I mean,
Right.
it's like getting crazy out here in California.
Right. No, yeah, that's the whole thing about California is it's the largest population and the largest funnel of money in the last 50 years because of the population of California and how diverse it is. Now it's all coming to light because California was just getting thrown money by the Fed because it's so big.
And then they got
So when
it
they say
because
they
you
got
got
a
it.
homeless problem,
Okay, go on.
you know what I'm saying? The government was throwing money at that. That was way back in the late 90s.
Okay, so now if you say there's a homeless problem, so we get up here and say there's a homeless problem, and if one of those homeless people just so happened to be a migrant, now you've attached yourself to the bill and you can't talk about it. And you gotta think, California, they said like 75% of people are either an immigrant or a child of an immigrant. 75% of the population. So nothing that you're going to be able to talk about ain't going to have an immigrant that's attached.
But see, okay, and that's why Trump is fucking with birthright citizenship. See, because okay, the only people that are exempt are the Indians. All right, them is the niggas, because none of them is illegal. Okay, second, now, how do we explain this illegal situation? That's the whole catch. Because, okay, is a motherfucker not born here or who came across the border within the last 10 years? Okay, he's illegal, but nobody else? Okay, so what about the lady who came in 83 who had a kid and now that kid got a kid and that lady never became legal, but
I
the
don't
kids can
even,
stay.
I don't
Trump is
even
like,
think,
no, nigga, they all illegal.
I don't even think this is about illegals. It's just saying if a person's an immigrant. If the service is about immigrants, you can't talk about it, which is going to expand. So people like YouTube's are going to shut people's channels down because YouTube's in California. They're going to go by the provision. I mean, this affects like all of us. So just in the
Sure.
last few years, California has been kind of exposing how, wait a minute, these people could come over here. They got housing. They're not homeless. You know, I talked about it. I work with the homeless and you don't see newcomers, new immigrants on the streets. You see us on the
No,
streets.
right.
You know, so what I'm saying is you're not going to be able to talk about none of that. And these Democrat and the people who are putting it forward are Democrats.
Yeah. But if you understand the history of the Democrat, it's always been against the Negro, the color, period. Economically, the only way to push the Negro out of economics in this country is to bring in people that are brown or any other brown. But as long as the Negro play the game the way they want them to be played, sure, they'll never win.
Yeah.
But that's why you got a big ass problem now because Trump is like, nah, let's play this game fairly. Let's shut down the Federal Reserve Bank. Let's end Social Security and everybody live off their wealth.
No moving. No moving.
coach, quotes coded in oath with a ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wives get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Racket your funds, I'm stacking in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging to punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message, embedded in pressure. Sovereign living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace in a raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Clutch, baby. Infinite.